You guys just can't do it. I know you guys can't do it. Good morning, everybody. God Kaiser Schmidt, appreciate that. Thank you. We will look at the new Orcus support today. I haven't read it yet, but I have seen that we have gotten some new Orcus cards, so we will look at those in a bit. But first of all, welcome everybody. Welcome to the Tuesday stream. Actually, let me close my door. I forgot to do that. Give me a second. All right. There we are. Good morning, everybody. Overlimit, thank you for the 15. Please read the pinned comment. I'm aware of the pinned comment. Thank you. I read the pinned comment. I was here during the starting soon screen, you know? Like, I'm aware. I'm aware that you guys are all little comedians. All right, you guys. We have a couple of cool things planned for today, so buckle up. We'll do the warm-up real quick, and then we'll talk about a whole lot of different things today. We've got some TCG, we've got some Master Duel, we've got some Jesse collab later. It's going to be fun. Is the remix fixed yet? It should be. If you feel like trying it, you can. If it won't work, I'll refund you, but I think it is. I tried fixing it yesterday, and I think it is. There you go. See? I fixed it. Nairito, thank you for the 14 months. And Jay Mills, thank you for the first time sub. Appreciate that. Welcome to the stream. You didn't fix the price though? You think it's too cheap? I feel like it's been like that for a while and it's been fine. Ika Hero, thank you for the 5 months. All right. Dude, it's long. That's why it's so expensive. It's because it's freaking long. Zhead Ed, thank you for the 6 months. Thank you for your Prime. Samplox, thank you for the Prime as well. Appreciate that. It is Tier List Tuesday. It is Tier List Tuesday. All right, thank you for all the subs coming in. I appreciate all of you. Thank you guys. You guys are amazing. Let us begin with the warm-up though, so we can get going with some content. Chris, Rick Burp Sanchez, and Bonky Moose, thank you guys so much for the subs. All right, let's begin. Whoa, the Ojamas are up to something. What is this? I don't know if I know this one. I don't think so. Off to a bad start. Painful escape. I feel like this one is familiar. Why does this one feel familiar? Is this in a... Don't know what this... Oh, it's... Oh, that's why. Dude. Lilla. Kill. Damn it. I always mix them up. Dude, I got 1 point for that? That's crazy, dude. I feel like restarting. I got 1 point in a minute. Dude, what a crazy pace. If we continue like that, we'll have 15 points. Who are you? Cyber's looking ass. Top here. Which one? Tablier. All right. All right, I already know. It's going to be washed today. I'm sorry. What the hell is going on? 31 points in 2 minutes? The hell is a re-dicycle? I think that's Seng engine. Yeah. That is Junk Warrior. That is Earthbound Immortal. This one. I never know how to exactly spell the Earthbound Immortals. I have to go and look, but then I usually recognize which one's which. This is Samsara Dragon. No, it's not. What? It's that kind of day, huh? It's that kind of day. This is Asa. I think Asa the Earth Channeler. No. Possessed? No. Avalanching? Come on, dude. Starfish! Resonator. Is it creation? Could be. Yeah. Who is this? Something Koakimaru. Overload? Looks like some Red Dragon Archfiend or Starving Venom. Twin Triangle Dragon. Yeah, like I said. Vlieti, thank you for the 11 months. Appreciate you. Oh, Horus, servant of Horus? Horus servant? I don't know this guy. Motor Shell. Okay. Ooh, this feels familiar. Trojan Blast. You don't have to ask to that. We will do that. Okay, this is not creature swap, I don't think. Maybe it is, but there's like another one that looks like it. Okay, it is creature swap, thankfully, because I have no idea what the other one is called. There's a trap card that looks very much like creature swap, and I have no idea what it's called. But there is one. I know, and I thought that was it. Wait, that's Schism. No. Um. Hey, it's Snipe Hunter. Look. Dice it. Gusto. Oh, not one of those, dude. Falcos, maybe. Nope. Bro, I don't want to talk about it. Wait, that's kind of hog. What kind of what is up today? Like I'm being debated every other card. They don't want me to get points. What is that? Adult genius? Okay. Well, I know that guy. Oh, that's the vanilla with 2000 defense. Oh god, what is that called? It's Earthbound Spirit. Yeah. Could be Crystal Dragon. No, Snow Dust. Snow Dust Dragon. Yep. Dude, one of the whelps. Buster Whelp? Nope. The other one, Protector Whelp? No. Oh man. Heavy Storm. I don't know what this is. Brine Gear. Okay. Cyber Twin? Is it Twin? Yeah. Ooh, this also feels familiar. Somehow, but I can't tell. Oh, this is one of the Jinzos. The Jinzo Xyz, I think. Layered? Layered. That might be Ariana or Ariane. Yeah. It's the guy on fusion deployment, but it's not fusion deployment. Union formation. Union for formation. Formation union. Dude, Soul Energy Max or something? Is that the one? Please be the one. Yeah, okay. Nature's Reflection. Fusion Devour. This is that Ixchel? Whatever it's called. No. Vampire Vamp? Oh. Terminal World? It could be Terminal World next. Okay, thank God. Madolce Pudding says, I think. Please. Yeah. Hanewata. Yeah. Mark. Nah, not gonna happen. Yep. I think that's OG. Yeah. This is like flame trap hole or something. Meteor flare. It's not a trap hole. Okay, meteor flare. No, it's not sunflower bot. That's the word. Yeah. Something Endymion. Is it Master Magician? I don't think it is. It's like the OG Endymion, I think. Just Master Magician? Yeah. This is... I don't know what this is. It's like a Gaia. Yeah, Midnight Sun. Magical Dimension. Yeah. Dude, I'm not gonna lie. With how this started, I'm surprised we brought it back to like average. Dude, we got debated so much in this round. Don't say it's washed, dude. Don't say it's washed. After all I've been through, the Gusto Falco, what was the other one? The Asa incident, dude. The Asa incident, the Samsara dragon. Bro. Come on. It was a rough one. It was a rough one, and I'm glad we brought it back to 785. It's not bad. Nah, I don't accept your copy pastas today. I don't accept them. No, they don't count. They don't hurt me. Okay. We're looking for a level 4 monster that is not a dark with low stats and newer than 2015. Shut up. Thank you for the 4 months, though. Sakitama? Yeah, it could be Sakitama. Okay, it's not Sakitama. All right, so we're looking at more than 400 attack, more than 900 defense, but both less than 1500. Ellis? I mean, it's not a light. No, it's not a light. Jellyfish? Electric jellyfish is too much defense. Yeah, it's not jellyfish. Math mech. Okay, which could it be a math mech? It was not a math mech. All right. We're looking for not just an effect monster. We're looking at Pendulum, Fusion, or Exceeds. I think. Or Ritual. It could be a Ritual. What's the Magic Key Ritual stats? Don't they have a... They have something for, right? Fusion, Ritual, but they're all too big. Tuner? I guess it could be a tuner, yeah. Ice Jade Acti? That is exactly 1,000, and we don't need exactly 1,000. We need more than 1,000. Ear Fawn. Too much defense. Oh yeah, it's not an Exceed. Cupid Pitch. I'm pretty sure Cupid Pitch is a light, isn't it? Yeah. Xeon, thank you for the 26 months. Appreciate you. Okay, so... It's water, wind, or earth. The Sonic Bird Ritual. Is it Transonic Bird? That's dark. Aero Pix 3. No, that's a level 1. Adamancipator. Nope. Cornfield? Nope. Nope. Okay, most of the suggestions that you guys are saying, or all of them, don't even work. I can't think of a legal thing for this, but like, it's a card from, just to reiterate over this, it's a card from 2020 through 2022, so relatively new. It's a level 4 or rank 4, or I guess it could be, no, it can't be a link 4. It has more than 1,000 attack and defense, and less than 1,500 attack and defense. And it's not fire, light, or dark. Megalith? It could be a Megalith Ritual monster. If there is one with those stats. There is not one with those stats. Gallant Granite, I'm pretty sure is too big. Yep, too big. Also, it's not an Exceed. Yeah, okay, dude. Okay, dude. It was Scion, the Valence Archer. All right. Well then. Today is one of those days where we simply don't talk about the warm-up ever again. No one ever mentioned the OSA incident to me ever again. And we just move into the content. With that, welcome everybody to the stream. Unfortunately, there is no warm-up today. We'll just hop right in. It's fine. We have a couple of fun things planned for today. We're gonna start by yapping about the TCG a little bit. We've got some new cards announced, Orcus support, that I do want to take a look at. I am a fan of Orcus, so I have high hopes for this support. We're gonna take a look at Ryan Yu's Sky Striker deck profile from YCS Niagara. We've already seen the list, but I want to hear some explanations from Ryan himself. So we're gonna take a look at that. We are also going to talk about the, we're going to make a little tier list happen for the TCG post Rage of the Abyss with Fuvolos released and the first YCS out of the way. I want to give some thoughts and input on what I think of certain decks in the format, mostly with some, like, focus on how certain decks could thrive in an environment with Fuvolos now in the game, right? Because I feel like YCS Niagara showed that that card has impact, and that rogue decks or decks that were previously rogue decks can perform because Fuvolos is in the format. So we're going to talk about that a little bit. And then we're going to pivot into some nice Master Duel action where we're going to play some ladder. And then in a couple of hours, Jesse is going to join us for a little collab in Master Duel. We're gonna play against Jesse later in a best of 5. I'll explain more about it later. But basically, the rough idea is we're gonna be playing some of the new decks from the new secret pack, not secret pack, the new pack, and we're gonna play with Jesse in a best of 5 later. So that's gonna be fun. A lot of fun things planned for today. Let's hop right in with new Orchest support. Sing a new song with Orchest. Now, these come out in the quarter century Trinity box. This is what it looks like. I have no idea when exactly we are going to get these cards, unfortunately. Not really any info out there on when exactly or what kind of product for us will correlate to these cards. But we will find out whether these cards are good or not. Now, I want them to be good. I am an Orchest fan. I feel like Orchest is one of the cooler decks. I mean, it's old at this point, right? It's 5 years old, 2019 or something. But I've always been an Orchest fan. I like Orchest a lot, so I have high hopes for this. And first things first, we have a Link 1. Everyone's favorite support for any deck is a Link 1 monster. And I will say, even without any text on this thing, Orchest getting a Link 1 is dangerous because you can now link off like Harp Horror and it's in the graveyard, right? Like normal summon Harp Horror, link it off, there you go, combo is set up, right? Like that's insane already that they decided to give Orchest out of all decks a Link 1. Now let's go. Or a Galatea I, the Orchest Automaton. So it's just mini Galatea. Link 1 Dark Machine effect monster, which points to the bottom left. It takes any Orchest or World Legacy monster to link summon. You can only link summon this card once per turn. Cannot be used as material for an Exceed summon. Okay, so you can't just slap a Dingirsu on top of it. I feel like that's important for balancing. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. You can send a card from your hand to the graveyard, add a World Legacy monster, or Orchestrated Babble from your deck or graveyard to your hand. If this card is in your graveyard, you can banish one other Orchest card from your graveyard, special summon this card. Okay, this card is phenomenal. This card is very, very good. Now, people are going to react to this differently depending on whether they like Orchest or not. I like Orchest, so I like the fact that this is good. I don't think it's... like, this card is very powerful. The reason why I like it, though, is because Orchestrated Babble specifically... Orchestrated Babble specifically is one of my favorite cards... not ever, but like, my favorite part about Orchest is the way it interacts with your opponent, right? The way it interacts with your opponent is really, really cool by like using your Orchest effects on your opponent's turn with Orchestrated Babble is always like the most fun part about playing the deck, I feel like. It's like a really fun interactive deck from, I feel like, both perspectives. Babble itself as a card is not that crazy, right? Because it is a, it doesn't do anything on its own, right? You activate Babble, it turns your Orchest into quick effects, but it doesn't do anything other than that, right? It doesn't like create cards out of nowhere and all that kind of stuff. It's kind of like a Salamangreat Sanctuary kind of thing where it's a nice bonus to have, but if you draw it, it's not going to be great. It's not a crazy card or anything like that. So like a Link 1 that searches a field spell that is just okay is fine, I guess. I mean, Balings is a card that existed in 2019 and it's like fine, right? Like it's of course Link 1 that searches field spell is kind of like a meme at this point, but like Balings has been a card for 5 years and no one's ever complained about Balings, right? So like this card searching Babble is fine. The fact that it discards or sends a card from your hand to the graveyard for cost is both a positive and a negative, right? It does allow you to get some Orchest cards out of your hand. Like if you draw an Orchestrated Nightmare or something like that, that you can't really get out of the way, like this card allows you to do it. But you don't always have a card that you want to send, right? But it can be helpful. It's not just a negative. It can be a benefit. What I really like about this card is that it solves a problem that Orcust has been having for 5 years now. I mean, people haven't been playing Orcust for 5 years, but like whenever Orcust was played, whenever you were playing Orcust, you had to make a choice, which was, do I go for Babel or do I go for Crescendo with my Galatea set? Because you can't have both unless you draw one of them. With this card, you can now get the Babel, and you can just use the Galatea to get the orchestrated return or the Crescendo, right? So that's good. That is an actual problem that Orcust decks had, and this card will solve it, which is always what you're looking for in new support, right? You're looking at a deck. This deck has certain problems. How do I solve them? Another problem that Orcust sometimes had is that orchestrated Babel, there was no way to recycle it. Right? There was no way to recycle orchestrated Babel. It's super easy for Orcust to recycle their monsters. It was not easy to recycle the field spell. So if it got sent to the graveyard somehow, you you couldn't really wait. Babel sets itself. Wait, what was Babel again? Orchestrated Babel. I remember that being difficult, but maybe I was yapping. Hold up. Oh no, Babel does have an effect to add itself back, except the turn it's sent to the graveyard. Yeah, no, was it Crescendo, the one that you couldn't get back? I think Crescendo was the one you couldn't get back. Yeah, I misremembered, my bad. But all right, it still means that if you draw Babel, you can potentially discard it for other effects and then get it back later, which is decent. The other interesting thing, I guess, is that this will also be a quick effect. Both of these effects will be a quick effect on the opponent's turn, right? So, for example, if you set up Babel with this card on turn 1, it then ends up in your graveyard, you can bring it back out on the opponent's turn to get another body to potentially link with IP Masquerena or something. And you can also use this effect again on the opponent's turn, right? If you have like let's say you have a symbol skeleton in your hand that you really want in the graveyard to bring back your Dingirsu on the opponent's turn, this card can make it happen. So that's cool. And then we have a Link 4, which is Enlil Girsu, the Orcust Mech Knight. Okay, so it's an Orcust and a Mech Knight. I don't know if that has any more like additional implications for other decks, but we'll see. Level 4, Link 4, Dark Machine, 2600. Top right, middle left. I mean, you see where the things point. Materials, 2+ monsters, including an Orcust Link monster. You can only use the first and second effect. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. Target one of your banished Orcust or World Legacy cards, add it to your hand, then you can shuffle a card from your hand into the deck to take control of a face-up monster your opponent controls. If this card is in your graveyard because it was sent there from the extra monster zone this turn, you can banish it, send one card on the field to the graveyard. Ooh. Now, this card, once again, this card is pretty cool as a boss monster for Orcust, considering that both of these effects will be quick effects if Babel is up on the board. Now, Babel being up on the board is going to be a lot easier with this new Link 1, right? You can basically always end on Babel plus Crescendo and then summon the Link 4. And what that ends up having, like what you end up having with this is you'll have a this thing gives you follow-up because you add a banished Orcust or World Legacy to your hand. You steal a monster, quick effect, non-targeting. And then if you, let's say I think the dream scenario is probably ending on this plus IP Masquerena. And if you end on this plus IP Masquerena, what you do is you use its effect to take their monster. Then you use IP Masquerena to link this guy off so it hits the graveyard, which then enables the second effect, which is also going to be a quick effect. under Babel, which says if it's in the graveyard because it was sent there from the extra monster zone this turn, which it was because you link summoned with it on the opponent's turn, banish it to send the card on the field to the graveyard. Non-targeting. So this card alone can, like, not alone, but this card with Babel and IP Masquerena can give you a steal, follow-up, and a non-target send. That's pretty good. But that's already it. Unless there is more to be revealed. So far, that's the only two we have. Now, I'm a huge fan of these. But I want to say two things. These cards are phenomenal because they feel right for Orcust. They feel like Orcust cards. This feels like it keeps the identity of Orcust intact. Like, this is exactly what the Orcust deck is about. That's exactly what I like about Orcust, is like slap down that Babel and have a lot of really fun interactions on the opponent's turn. Like sending cards from the field to the graveyard, taking control of cards. Now, I think this is cool. I like this. This looks really, really fun to play with. I'm looking forward to it. The caveat to that, is that I'm not sure if this would do more. Like, it's hard to evaluate for me because I would definitely try Orcust with these cards. Does it make Orcust more powerful than other meta decks at the moment? Maybe, but maybe not. It's still like, basically you can set up a crescendo relatively easily. So I'm thinking like what your opponent would obviously have to try to get rid of your Babel, right? If they can get rid of your Babel, then it's really, really rough for you. So like, in case anyone is playing like Cosmic Cyclone or something like that, you would have to hold your crescendo for that Cosmic Cyclone, right? But that's fine, I guess. No, it's definitely, like, what I like about this is it doesn't feel like completely broken. It doesn't feel like this will make Orcust unstoppable tier 0 kind of level, but it's definitely the kind of support that will 100% get me to grab my Orcust cards and give them another spin, right? Like, that's what this does. This makes me want to play my Orcust cards again, and I feel like that's what support is supposed to do. These are really cool. I like these. Yeah, sick. Whether there's more Orcust cards, or not remains to be seen. We'll find out, I guess. But for now, this looks dope. Very cool start. Look at the merch. What else do we have? They're going full on Orcust merch with this. Okay, you get like, what is this? Is this Orcust? I think so, yeah. I think this is Orcust. Yeah, it's Orcust. We've got like keychains. What is that? So this is Galatea. Who is that? Long Girsu? Or just Girsu? Long Girsu, okay. And a plastic clear card featuring Orcust monsters. What is a plastic clear card? I thought these were oversleeves for a moment, but they would cover way too much. Maybe it's meant to be like a field center or something? Or like a divider kind of? Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's cool. It's recommended for a token. Suggest you use it as a token or such. Okay, yeah. So it's like a divider, field center token kind of thingy, just like a plastic card. Okay. Or when you get nibbed. Yeah. No, these are good. I'm looking forward to these. I wonder when we're going to get them, but these look really fun. I like those. All right. And that's all the new cards we have to report about today, I feel like. Nothing else. Yeah. Okay. All right. Before we hop into Tier List Tuesday, I wanted to do something else, which was look at a deck profile. We haven't done that in a while, but it's a new and exciting format, which, by the way, I just want to say I'm excited for Rage of the Abyss format, to be honest. I'm excited. It feels like a breath of fresh air into the UBL format. And I'm looking at the top cut breakdown of YCS Niagara, and it just makes me want to play rather than the top cut breakdown of YCS Lille, which did not have the same effect. But yeah. One of those decks that performed at YCS Niagara was Ryan Yu on Sky Striker. And we're going to take a look at Ryan's deck profile today. Now, I already know roughly what to expect. It was a blind second Sky Striker power spell list. But I wanna hear from Ryan himself what he thought about some of the choices, because people in chat were wondering, like, why is there no more Charmies if you're blinding second and all that kind of stuff. And I said, I think that's because those are cards that you don't want to draw into, right? Power Spell Sky Striker will draw a lot of cards on their own turn. So you don't want to draw into like more Charmies when you're like in the process of breaking your opponent's board. And so on and so forth. In general, I just want to hear some explanations from Ryan and showcase the deck a little bit. So let's hop in and see what Ryan has to say.
Hey guys, here with Team Raid and Trade with Ryan, and what did you do this weekend?
I got second at Niagara, YCS Niagara Falls.
Any shoutouts?
Yeah, shoutouts to my family, shoutouts to people who let me borrow cards, so that's Joey, Jesse, and Dom.
I really didn't lend you cards.
Impulse.
Convoluted story.
Oh yeah. I'm not actually sure who Impulses I borrowed, but it was either Dom's or Jesse's, so yeah.
Jesse's actually the GOAT.
Shoutouts to my team, Team Raid and Trade. Shoutouts to WAF. Shoutouts to all the Toronto guys. And just all my other friends who I can't name all of them, but Enzo. Enzo, we're gonna win Vegas together. Yeah. And then
You can go to an event again?
yeah,
I love Enzo, he's so funny.
And then shoutouts to Charlie. Back chasing Charlie Birch.
What the?
And his merch.
Yeah, I guess that's I think that's pretty much it.
Is it a Charlie t-shirt?
It's a hoodie.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Some drip.
I need one. You think it shrinks in the wash?
So I played Sky Striker. I just played pure Sky Striker because I had midterms this week, so I didn't have time to test. So I just made a list in an hour before going to class one day, and then submitted it without testing. So 3 Ray, 1 Rose, and then that's all the monsters. So I didn't play Chummy, either of them, because when you blind second with this deck and you're just trying to break whatever deck's board, you kind of need all of your cards to be live. So if you play Furless or Prulia, and then they get cross-headed, or they get hit with Ash or Called By or something, or if you get Talanced, you like lose crazy value. So it's kind of more consistent to just have a 6th spell in your hand than to try to like take the mind game of not the mind game, the gamble more so. Or, like if you Furless them, maybe they'll give you cards, but like if you gets Ashed, you pretty much lose on the spot against a competent deck. And then also if they're not good draws, going second, like as your 6th. And I know it's kind of like I thought it would be cooler to play without them. So
I thought it'd be cooler to play without them. Okay.
I think that's all the reasons. Is that all of them?
You kind of just want them
also,
to play.
Also, yes, that's the other one. I need them to play, because if I Furless someone and they pass, I actually lose. Like against this deck, if you play against this deck and I like make you start, you should pass and I'll lose like 100% of the time.
Well, not 100. If you have right linkage, you
okay, I'll lose a lot of the time.
Yeah, if you don't have right linkage,
That also loses like 1 Emperor.
loses Emperor
Or
This is true. Sky Striker, like the way it works at the moment, unless you can outright kill them, which is not that easy actually. Like killing someone immediately is not that simple with Sky Striker, but like the way the deck functions is like you try to take apart your opponent's board and run them out of resources, and you don't want them to be super strong on the crackback, right? Like whenever I'm playing Striker in Master Duel, and that's actually unironically one of those decks that might not want to play Maxi for that reason as well in Master Duel, because if your opponent just passes and you can't kill them, they will just unleash their full power on you next turn, and what are you gonna have? Like a Shark Cannon and a Widow Anchor? Like, nah, you're gonna die with that.
or Bistro or Ogre or
Sky Striker is basically Tenpai, but their Chandra is 2 cards and only does 20% of the damage. Well, you're not fun at parties, dude. Not with that attitude.
Yeah, because a lot of the cards in my deck only like trade for value going second. Like the way that you play this deck against Snake Eye is you let them full combo, don't interrupt them, then you crack their board and they have 0 follow-up because they kind of commit like most of their deck and extra deck into the board. But if you Frulos them and then they pass, and then you like set up 2 Widow Anchors or something, they're just gonna kill you next turn because they still have all their resources. So you actually need them to play. So that's why these are the only monsters. And this ratio is pretty standard now. 3 engage, 2 linkage, 1 drones, 3 widow, 2 shark, 1 burner, 1 roll. This is obviously like all standard except maybe like these 2. These 3 spells are like obviously it's 3, 3, 1. And then for these cards, multi-roll is a card that you search when you have to play like a grindy matchup or if you have enough skies.
So if people just passed, he would have lost. Noted. This is something that happens fairly often in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is you make a meta call, and you don't expect everyone to react perfectly to your meta call, right? Like no one, or like not no one, but like most people are not gonna figure out how to beat your unusual deck right away. When everyone's focus when preparing for a tournament is obviously going to be the popular decks, the relevant decks, the meta decks, and all that kind of stuff. That is the main point of making a meta call like this one. Of course, his reason for making this meta call was just he wanted to have fun with Sky Strikers and didn't have time to prepare. But like, those are the advantages of playing rogue decks like that. Is like people are not going to figure out how to play perfectly on the fly immediately.
Trigger spells to get this online. It's very good, but it's kind of a brick because it makes you waste a card for an effect going second. So it's like a pseudo brick. It's not awful to draw, but you just don't need more than 1/2 to grind. If this gets banished by Desires, it's also just not a big deal.
Wait, which card are we talking about? I forgot. Can I see the cards?
Searching. 1 burner. I play a lot of other power spells that have higher impact than this, but this is good because there are certain matchups where you need to be able to search back or hate, or like even like some matchups where you need to kill a monster, and this is the best way to do it. But you don't play 2 because it's a bit of a brick.
It was multi-roll?
And
okay.
You also kind of want to maximize how many cards are good going first and second in this deck to build for top cut, because people can make you start when they know what you're playing. And then 2 Shark Cannon was, because if this gets banished off Desires, it really sucks. You actually usually need one in most matchups. It has just random uses against everything.
Yo,
like
cards!
Against Labyrinth, I was using this to banish their grind game. Against Snake Eye, I was stealing Sylvia like all weekend with this, and then you take it as an Omni Negate. Like a really common interaction was like, you break their board a bit, set
now back to Ryan.
And then Shark Cannon, summon Sylvia, reset Shark Cannon. So you like have the Sylvia negate, and then you can Shark Cannon something else like a Princess or a Flamberge. And then 2 linkage, because this is kind of your way to push for damage to end the game, because this deck doesn't really OTK. Like, it'll crack the board, but it won't end the game. So it's good to have this to apply pressure. You want to be searching it with Engage or Shizuku to try to end the game faster. That's also really why it's important to play at least 1 Rose, so you can make the linkage go for game. I only actually did the linkage like Ray OTK once in top 8. It's like extremely rare that it comes up, especially because it plays into so many hand traps. But it's good to have the option to push for damage. Here's the spells. 3 Thrust, 2 Talents, 3. Just a lot of board breaking spells.
All right, dude, I'm always so afraid of playing Desires in this deck, but I get that you have to. I get that you have to, right? But like I would just feel like you would be drawing 2 Desires with this deck hella consistently, right? You're drawing with Talons a lot of the times. You're drawing with Upstart. You're drawing with Engage.
Most of this doesn't super need an explanation. Like I wouldn't say it's like standard or not standard because people don't really play this deck. So I kind of just went off a list that I was playing in Master Duel.
Have you storm banned in the TCG?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
So Thrust is broken. This is like one of the best.
Also a 1.
This is one of the best cards in the deck, because it searches Engage, and also post side. This card can search the cards that I play in my side deck. So it's just a very good card. Like going first, even it's fine if someone tries to chummy you or shifter you, and then it becomes live. And going second, this is just like another copy of Engage is broken. 2 Talents because this card's just very good overall. But this card like kind of turbo draws through itself. Like you have Engage, you have Upstart, you have Thrust, Talents, Desires. You really don't want to be like drawing into multiples of cards that are dead. So that's why there's not 3 of these. It's not like the you want to see it sometimes but not all the time. It's actually like a pretty valid thing with the striker because of how much drop power you have. You need
I wonder what the I wonder how that's different between talents and desires. I mean, I can see one difference between the two is that desires can be activated first card, like you can start your turn with it to start making your thrusts live and all that kind of stuff. So like that is one difference, I feel like. But other than that, they are quite similar in that regard.
to maximize your odds of drawing live cards, like off your engages rips, because those draws actually matter. And then 3 desires, 3 upstart. 3 upstart was like no complaints. It just sucks when you get drilled, but this deck is pretty weak into drill, so you kind of just accept that you take the L with that. I would for sure play this. It's good going first, it's good going second. Just your hands that have engage in them are so much better than the hands that don't, that you just want to play like a 34 card deck. And then 3 desires. This does suck to draw on multiples. I drew like, not even like desires into desires, but just like a raw 3 desires in my hand like twice. And then like when you count in drawing desires after I used it off engage, or like desiring into desires, also happened a ton. But even with all that, I would still play 3 because this card is like one of the best cards to start your turn. It helps you play through Ash because like when you're baiting through negates, you just want to have as many cards that say draw as possible. Because that way, if they have an Ash, it means that one more of your cards will resolve. So I would 100% play 3 of this. This deck would not be playable without Desires. Well, it's not actually playable with Desires. But 2 Lightning Storm, Feather Duster. These are really broken because back row hate is super important in this format. Like against pretty much any deck, you will get crazy value if you can hit their back row. This also doubles as monsters. I did that a couple times. But against like the Snake Eye decks, this is really powerful because like it threatens Desiree, so these will always trade with Desiree because you can try to kill the sequence. Like against any actual back row deck, these will just destroy them. They're like honestly just very good in any matchup. It's also huge that these kill Azaroon because it's still considered a trap once it's on the field. So that came up several times. 2 Cosmic, 2 Droplet. These are kind of in the same category of cards that I wanted to have in the main deck that help you
Show the cards
going first, because these can both be set and used as a good disruption when they force you to start, and they're also very good going second. Their most like valuable applications are hitting Desiree. So like with Droplet, if you activate a card that they try to negate with Desiree, you Droplet send away that card, so then Desiree can't negate it. It's just also like the common uses for this are still very good. And for Cosmic, you can Cosmic the sequence, and then the Desiree will not negate anything. And that's even better, because then the sequence is gone from the game forever. They can't recycle it with Engraver. And then both of these cards are just extremely solid. Like, they both have, like, probably 5 extra applications that I can't, like, name all of them. But, like, hitting Nightmare Throne or something, or dodging Imperm on Kagari or something. Both of these cards are just super broken. But, like, the Desiree stuff is mainly why these are strong right now, I think. And then 2 Raigeki. Like, it's just not 3.
Okay, that was long enough. Yeah, that I was about to say, dude, that's a long time to show those Raigekis, dude.
Like, see another Raigeki off engage.
That was almost too long for my liking. I'll be honest with you.
Once in this deck for the most part. But this card's really solid, especially against Yubel. This card's very good. Because that deck has more of an issue with, like, getting Raigeki for all of its monsters. Although Snake Eye actually does too. Like, against both these matchups, I would be very happy to draw Raigeki. I don't think I actually ever drew this and had it be bad. It was amazing every time. And then, last cards in the main deck are these. This is standard. This is, shoutouts to Ray for telling me to play Called By, because I forgot to put it in at first. It was amazing every time I drew it.
Shoutouts to Ray. Do you talk to Ray often?
It negates Sylvia, it negates Ash, it negates Droll, it negates Phantom, it negates, like, all the Fire King cards. Broken.
I think it's right.
Like the dual spirit from GX. Like it's just Ray sitting next to him when he builds his deck.
It does.
Guys, I know it's Raymond Die, dude. I know you don't have to explain to me. I got it. That was the joke. I get it.
It does negate Ray. That never happened.
The 10 guy that tributes himself negates that.
It does negate Gain Record. And then 1 Imperm. Just because if I played against Tenpai and then they forced me to start and then like shifted me or used one of the Ferocious, I wanted to be able to thrust for an interrupt. And that actually happened. Like I won a game because of that, so it was cool. Just the one's fine. But again, like the reason you're not playing a bunch of hand traps is because you don't want to trade poorly into crossout. Or against like the combo decks, if they can just play through an Imperm and end on the same board, then you've looped yourself for a card that could have been a spell to make the board. Extra deck. 3 Kagari. I don't have. Wait, I think let's see. 2 Shizuku. You only need 2 these days because you're blinding second. And even if they force you to go first, honestly, you only ever need 1 Shizuku to win the game if it resolves. So as long as you switch engage once, you should be fine. 2 Hayate. This is a fine number. Hayate is like good for sending spells, but it's actually more important just for chip damage because it helps you put them in the range where you can OTK them later. It's not that big of a deal that you can't send with this also because I'm siding Impulse, and I probably wouldn't be doing that if I cared more about the send. But I mean, it's just Sky Striker, it's solid. 1 Kana, shout outs to Marcus Carice. I didn't have to Kana anyone in time, so like I'm sure people will try to find like a bunch of reasons for like explaining why Sky Striker topped and like to like discredit the deck. But there's no chummies. I didn't scum anyone in time. Like the deck's just not good, but it's like tier 2.
He went on a full tangent of like, yeah, stop down talking on this deck. Like I didn't use chummies. I didn't win in time. The deck's actually, well, it's not good. Bro backpedaled immediately.
So
Just like, watch your words, use your words carefully here, Ryan.
no, I'm being honest, right?
I know, but like, yeah.
Like I was just playing to have fun. So
Yeah.
1 Zeke, 1 Azalea. Zeke is super standard in Striker, especially good against like any deck where you're trying to play a back and forth grind game. Being able to banish one of their cards for a turn is just amazing, and it helps you link stuff off. It helps you bridge links. And then 1 Azalea. I put this in the last card because I didn't know what else to play, and it was actually surprisingly insane. Like I didn't even realize how good this card was until I started playing it. So because my deck has 35 spells, my Azalea pretty much never has to destroy itself when I use the on-summon effect. So you can use this to clear 2 bodies a lot of the time, like with both of its effects. And it's extremely convenient to make because lights and darks are so prominent. Like Silhouette Rabbit is a light. All the White Forest cards, just random, like the regular darks like IP. Like it's actually extremely easy when you're cracking a board to bridge through Azalea at one point for 1 or 2 extra pops. And this also serves the role of like if you have Widow Anchors and Shark Cannons but you bricked, so you have no engine, you can link into Striker Engine with this because Camellia is not out yet.
Rip.
Hmm?
Is that rip?
Yeah.
Or that other one.
What other one?
The link, the big one? 2500 attack?
This combined maneuver's not in the game.
It's no. I would have played Combined Maneuver.
True.
Coming soon on Master Duel.
Master Duel players, man.
I don't know, man.
What else am I if not a Master
Enzo's a
Duel
Master Duel player now, too.
Master Duels.
No, Ryan and I both played Master Duel decks this weekend.
player? Yeah. So these are the rest of my link monsters. All of these kind of just are no explanation broken. These 2 cards are like have kind of fallen out of favor recently. Like this sees play in the Snake Eye deck, but this doesn't really see play at all. It's like sometimes people play it.
What?
But yeah, like a decent amount of my Snake Eye opponents are like Yubel, like they don't
Most
play
of them
that.
for sure don't play it.
Yeah.
I didn't play it.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
I think it's just a matter of these cards have not fallen out of favor. It's just that Fiendsmith cards have been taking up so much extra X slots that like any deck that uses Fiendsmith cards has to really allocate those slots very carefully. Every deck that doesn't play Fiendsmith cards, like every single Snake Eye deck without Fiendsmith cards, I would expect both of these cards to be in it, right? And most other decks that don't have Fiendsmith cards as well.
Hey, I know what I'm talking about.
I
Yeah.
played it.
Yeah, but both these cards are just
Cards, that's why.
both these cards are just insanely good because like when you are trying to push for game, you're usually trying to make access code with this deck because it's the only thing that has attack. So it's good to link climb. It's also good to like make plays with SP or like push for damage or like basically anything because when you're stealing your monsters with Widow Anchor, like basically you can get to any attribute combination you want. So both of these are good. It's also like this is naturally Kagari, this is naturally Ray, so you definitely should play both of these in this deck.
Dragonfire, thank you for the 12 months. Cringe, that's what a battle phase is.
The one
You don't need him.
It's just very generic. Like it comes up like Kagari, Widow Anchor, steal something, make SP. It's crazy value, especially if you've bricked on like multiple rays, which I actually had happen a couple times. I would brick on multiple rays, so I would link off my Striker Engine to SP to clear something, and then I knew that I had an array next turn for follow up in hand already. Also, linkage makes this card really good because you can like SP something and then go linkage into Shizuku to get back into Engine, and this card's just solid. Oh, and Typhon. This card's super busted. My extra deck was actually something that I was super happy with. every single card in here won me at least one game, like by having it. The extra deck was perfect. This helps you break the Snake Eye board, because if you steal Flamberge and you don't want to link it off, you put it under this and it won't trigger. This also, like,
That's good.
You take the Flamberge, put this over it, detach Flamberge, bounce Desiree, and then neither Desiree nor Flamberge can activate. And then you don't really need to, like, even if this remains in your main monster zone, and you can't Widow Anchor them or something, you usually win against Snake Eye because they actually just can't kill you. It's really funny. Like, you can set up Engage with Shizuku and then just pass on this with Shizuku and they won't kill you because you've depleted all their resources and then they lose on the follow-up. I also had a game against Jib where I bricked and my only form of engine was stealing a monster, putting this over it, and just attacking him. So, I mean, I wasn't expecting that, but it was good. I also summoned it against Clifton when he summoned a Harbinger on me in a grind game, and this just turned off the Harbinger instantly. It was really good. Side deck. So there's no...
Against Pure, this is true. Against Fire King, it's not. Yeah, Fire King shouldn't have a problem with follow-up as much as Pure Snake Eye could have, yeah. Like, I mean, with Fire King, you just, like, all you have to do is trigger Garunix into Kieran and you should be good, right? You definitely get rid of the Typhon, then you can just do whatever you want after.
More spells.
But it is true that especially like the decks with like super tight extra decks like Fiendsmith decks and stuff like that, they do go through a good chunk of their resources on turn one if they're not hand trapped. Like these decks these days are really built in a way to play against other hand trap decks to like you don't need as much follow up or like big extra deck or big resources in your deck when if you get to play through your opponent's hand traps, you win the game most of the time with your boards. You don't have to worry about follow-up as much. And that's kind of what some of these modern decks are doing. Some decks just have crazy follow-up because of the way that they're designed. But like, especially now with the hits to Snake Eyes, like with one Ash, one Poplar, like you can run out of main deck resources. And with how tight the extra deck can be if you play Fiendsmith cards, that can happen. Even though the Fiendsmith cards themselves recycle a lot, you're going to run out of the other stuff relatively fast because of how much space the Fiendsmith cards take up in your extra deck. You're not going to have many other options left on turn 2 and turn 3. You can go through your Fiendsmith stuff every turn if you want to, but the other stuff is going to run out.
My spell card deck, it's just 3 Ash, 3 Impulse. These are just the best hand traps in the format right now, I think, at least for this type of deck, because you're trying to trade for value. Impulse is really important because post-side, if you like win game 1, they see what you're playing. Some people will send you first. Some people will try to go first still. It's really hard to guess. Like, you pretty much just have to guess. So, because of that, I just sided cards that could be good first and second, and Impulse is kind of the definition of that, because I can hold it in hand to be cards like Lightning Storm and Feather Duster, which you would side in against this deck. I mean, there's nothing much to say about this card. This is like one of the best cards in the game. It's like...
Impulse is great. Any deck, I've said it before, any deck that can play Impulse should play Impulse, period.
Pretty much any matchup I would put this in. Like Fire King, I would put this in. Usually I'm like trying to hit Hollowed Azumina with this, if I'm going second, because it ensures Sylvia doesn't hit the board, so it's like kind of trading with their negates, which is the theme of this deck, not trying to trade with their engine, and then maybe hand looping yourself with like impermanence. So it's much better in that aspect. Good against Tenpai, good against Feeball. Like this, I just like...
Background breathing. Is it really that bad? I'm not hearing it that much. Maybe it's because I'm not wearing headphones, but I'm kind of hearing it, but it's not bothering me. But maybe it's worse if you're using headphones. But like a bunch of people have been saying it, so it must be.
Why you wouldn't play this card?
It's fine, guys. It's not everyone is a freaking professional deck profile like recorder. Like it's fine. Whatever.
And then Ash is not for the combo decks. This was more just one of the last like side deck spots that I had for Rogue. Like I played against Labyrinth in top 4. This card was super broken. You can sometimes side this in against Snake Eye if you like. There's a lot of variation in Snake Eye decks right now, and you can kind of tell like which ones, which people like play cross out or like what different engines they have. So you can put this in against Snake Eye and try to hit them, like trade for value, make their end board weaker. But this really was just mainly for Rogue, in case. Because my main deck is so heavily teched to beat the meta decks that it's a little bit weak against other things. And then I played 3 Doom Barrier and 3 Threatening Roar for Tenpai. This deck's Tenpai matchup is like really rough if you don't side these cards, because you're basically flipping for who wins game 1. Because if I get to make them start, I'll destroy them. If they get to make me start, I'll get destroyed. So I wanted to ensure that I wouldn't be like just getting sacked out of the tournament by Tenpai. So I just maxed out Threatening Ruin, maxed out Barrier. I played against 3 Tenpai and I beat all of them because of Threatening Ruin Barrier. These are just unreal good. It's also...
It's the thing about Tenpai. Also the thing I feel like we showcased yesterday in Master Duel is like, if you want to beat Tenpai, you can beat Tenpai. The deck is very powerful at what it does, but it is very one-dimensional, right? It does one thing and one thing only. It does that one thing very, very well. But if you stop them from doing that one thing, which is going second and killing you, then the deck is very, very manageable. So
it's also funny when like they can even.
It just requires a lot of deck space, right? Like, it doesn't feel great having to side deck like 6 or 9 cards for that kind of matchup. That's presumably relatively bad, right? Like, but it's fine.
Start, you can have a dead thrust in hand. They shifter you, sure, thrust or pass, and they lose on the spot. So, for sure, I would play all of these again. Honestly, there isn't a single card in my main side or extra I would change. I was really happy with the deck. And then the last card was 3DDG. Just this is what you can.
I mean, of course you're happy. You got second place with Sky Strikers. I feel like that's as good as it gets. Almost. I mean, almost. Of course, but like no one is expecting to win. I feel like when entering with Sky Striker, I don't think he was expecting to do as well as he did. But yeah.
And if you think you're gonna get sent first against Fire King, it's a bit of a gamble. Not just Fire King, like pretty much any generic matchup DDG can come in because of how good it is in response to cards like Cosmic, Twin, and Lightning Storm. And it's lingering, so it's pretty much perfect for what you want in side deck. And it's a pretty normal thing to set in Skyscraper. But yeah. That's the deck. Thanks for listening to me yap about my spell card strategy. Again, just thanks to all my friends for supporting me. And I don't think I forgot anyone. If I did, I'm sorry. But yeah. Yeah.
Alright, cool. Sick. Look, is this deck top tier? No, it's not. Is this deck cool and a good sign for the format that it was able to perform? Yes. Was it mostly because Ryan is just very good? Also, yes. It's definitely not just, it's not a carried by the deck moment. It's more like carried by the player moment. But it is still, no matter how good you are as a player, your deck still needs to be able to somewhat perform. And if the like, I'm pretty sure like last format, a performance like this wouldn't have been, I mean, not impossible, but like way less likely, because these decks would have been like the blinding second against, like, when you go against like 5 or 6 Yubels in a tournament is definitely different than like from doing it in a format where there's more mid-range decks because of Fuvalos and more like Snake Eyes, which are more manageable than Yubel, believe it or not, going second. Like, the reason Snake Eye is better or more played than Yubel right now is not because its board are more powerful, because the deck that puts up the most powerful board, I think, is still Yubel. But Snake Eyes just is like more flexible overall, has more non-engine slots and all that kind of stuff. So like, it's better for other reasons. So yeah. Read the comments. I mean, I'm pretty sure the comments are just going to be about filming into Ryan's face instead of the cards and complaining about heavy breathing, which, like, you guys have been saying that plenty. It's fine. You don't have to go in too hard on the cameraman. They're just doing it. They're not like a professional video recorder or something like that. It's all right. It's not that funny. It's not that crazy. All right. We'll go on. I need to go to the toilet real quick. Let me turn on the music again. And then I'll be back in a second, and we do the tier list yap about the current TCG format. How does that sound? I'll be right back. And then we'll hop into Master Duel, and then we'll have Jesse on later for some Master Dueling as well. All right, be right back. I can already leave you with this. Oh, I also forgot. After the tier list, we also have a Rage of the Abyss opening. I completely forgot about that. I just walked past it. I was like, wait a second, I was supposed to open this. So yeah, we can also do that. Did we already take a look at the Millennium deck? Not on stream. I lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, I looked at the thing off stream. I saw the list, and I'm gonna be honest with you, it's cool that they top with an Exodia deck, but it's not really an Exodia deck, is it? I included it in the tier list actually. That's why I took a look at it this morning, because I wanted to include it for the people that are hyped about it. But to be honest, it's just like going first, your plan is to Secret Village plus Omni negate your opponent, and going second, it's a shifter deck. So it's like eh. All right. Let me record a YouTube intro as well for this one. And then we get going yapping about this format a little bit. All right. Hello YouTube, welcome back to another YouTube video, and today we have a tier list for the new TCG format with a little bit of a focus on how Molcharmy Fuvalos has impacted the format. With YCS Niagara out of the way, we've seen a lot of decks able to perform in this new environment because they are good against Molcharmy Fuvalos, so that's going to be a huge part of today's discussion, where we're obviously going to talk about all of the popular and meta decks, but we're also going to put a lot of focus on how Molcharmy Fuvalos allows certain decks to thrive in this new environment and like perform. Like we saw Sky Striker, Labyrinth, Centurion perform well at YCS Niagara, and those are all decks we're going to talk about today as well. But I do want to start by talking about some of the big guns in the format first, just to set the baseline for this format and this discussion. Like, what kind of decks are we dealing with the most? And obviously, the elephant in the room, a definitely format defining / top tier deck, is going to be Snake Eyes Azamina / honestly, Fire King Snake Eyes Azamina is probably even better than Snake Eyes Azamina. But both of these decks relatively close to each other, I would say, in terms of power level. Personally, if I had to differentiate between the two, Pure Snake Eyes probably has more probably has more room for non-engine, because you don't have to fit all those Fire King cards. You also have by adding the Fire King cards to your deck, they're not all great to draw. You know, sometimes you do draw like the old Garunix if you choose to play it together with Volcanics, or you draw like a Kirin without anything useful to destroy or something like that. So like overall, the Pure Snake Eye deck has more room for non-engine. However, I do think from my first impression that the Fire King deck has better lines under Fuvalos. And I think that's one of the main reasons why the deck was able to win the YCS versus the bunch of Snake Eye decks that made it into top 32, which is something that makes sense to me, because it's like the Snake Eye Azamina deck makes it through Swiss rounds relatively consistently, but I feel like at some point in Top Cut, you're probably going to play against a Fuvalos. You're only going to put up like an IP Masquerena, and it's just not going to be enough. Whereas the Fire King deck, I feel like, has more solid plans for those kind of situations, which I think that's what sets it as like a tournament winning kind of deck in this environment. But those are these two. Next up, I want to talk about Yubel, which is definitely still a good deck. and it can still put up the exact same boards as before. And now this is me personally. This deck is still going to perform in this format. I personally don't like it as much as other decks, simply because I don't feel like this deck has a good plan against Molcharmy Fuvolas. And if you have to put cards like Crossout Designator into your main deck, I think you're starting to make your deck too weak overall, because that card is not good when you're going second, and going second is already going to be hard against some of these decks in the format. And I personally don't like Yubel over other options in this format. I think it's an inferior combo deck to other combo decks that have solid lines against Fuvolas. So I'm going to rate it relatively low compared to other decks. But just be aware that the deck is still incredibly scary to go up against, incredibly dangerous, and still very, very powerful. It's just the fact that Fuvolas balances it more than other decks that makes me put it a tier lower than previously, because it was obviously the big one in the previous format, the most represented deck in Top Cut. But just the fact that it went from being the most represented deck in Top Cut at YCS Lille by far to like third or fourth most represented deck in Top Cut for YCS Niagara, even though the deck itself hasn't changed at all. I think Yubel is going to have to adjust to this format. I don't think you can just play the ignorant Yubel Fiendsmith piles that people have been using last format. I think you actually have to make your deck more like maybe resilient into Fuvolas if you can, right? But if you have to make those were cards like Crossout or even Kashtira engines and stuff like that. Those were cards that previously were not played or not played much for good reason, I feel like. Especially if you're playing like Board Breaker Yubel, which was the one that Sam won the YCS with. Like, if you're going first, you have a bunch of Board Breakers in your deck and like full-on Yubel engine. If you get Fuvolas, you're passing on essentially nothing unless you want to give your opponent 3, 4, 5 cards. And that's just not ideal. So Yubel definitely takes a big hit from Rage of the Abyss release, which is a good thing, right? And then I also want to get Tenpai out of the way. Because those are kind of like, I feel like those are kind of like the big four that set the pace for everything else. And then we're going to talk about all these other decks, which are mostly previously like tier 2/rogue-ish. And we're going to talk about how Fuvolas and Rage of the Abyss impacts those decks. Tenpai, still format defining. Absolutely. I don't think it's the best deck in the format, simply because, I mean, I'm personally not the biggest fan of Tenpai, but I can't deny how powerful the deck is. You know, Shifter. Like, the deck is handmade for Shifter, Fuvolas, and Purulia, all go in your main deck with no questions asked. And that's obviously something that the deck really, really benefits from. I think Tenpai is really powerful and something you definitely have to be prepared for in this format. Your performance is still very heavily dependent on how well people do prepare for it. You know, like if people start siding more for the deck because people expect it to be played more, due to like Fuvolas and Purulia and Shifter being in the deck and all that kind of stuff, then people might like start playing D-Barriers or something. We saw Ryan Yu getting second at the YCS with siding D-Barrier and threatening Roar, so that's always scary, but can't really deny that it is part of the format defining threats for sure. It is that powerful. It's kind of a shame that it loses the sort of like budget deck style position because of Fuvolas being added to it. It is no longer that, unless you just don't play the card, which I guess you could, but you should play it if you can. But yeah, yeah. And now all these other decks, we're just going to talk about like how basically the reason or the way we're going to rate these other decks is based on their matchups into these decks up here, and into the non-engine that is going to be the most relevant in the upcoming format, which I think is Molcharmies, which are by far the most popular. And then bonus points, style points, if you can play Dominus Impulse, or if Dominus Impulse is not like terrible against your deck. All right. First things first, we've got Branded, which I think is between all right and potential, like all right and good. I think Branded actually, I'll throw it at the bottom of good. I think Branded is a good deck. I think, well, here's the thing. Molcharmy Fuvolas does not kill Branded. But the more I'm thinking about it, Impulse just gives people more copies of Ash Blossom, technically, right? And that could be a problem. That's a copy of Ash Blossom that you can't even like Cult by the Grave, or you can't even thrust into fusion duplication against it. So maybe I'll just put Branded in alright. I was thinking mostly of Fuvalos, which the deck is fine into, but then Dominus Impulse was also very, very, very popular. And Ash Blossom is going to be as popular as ever, of course. With everyone or most people playing Fuvalos and expecting Fuvalos, they will also play Ash Blossom to counter it, which also, like, Branded gets caught in the crossfire. All right, so yeah, no, I've convinced myself to put Branded in all right. Centurion, though, on the other hand, is a deck that I personally really, really like. I'm a huge fan of Centurion, and I haven't really made a secret of that. I've been talking about Centurion. I've been playing it in Master Duel a lot. I've been talking about it last week and the week before that when we've been talking about Rage of the Abyss. Like, I can't go any discussion about Molchami Fuvalos without mentioning Centurion, it feels like. But because this deck really, it still is the same deck as before, really, which was kind of like this mid-rangey deck, with a lot of room for hand traps. It doesn't, the downside to Centurion is that it doesn't play well through like half boards, right? Like it doesn't have the biggest amount of pushes, right? You can have like you have your normal summon, you have an extender with the field spell maybe, or Emblema, and then maybe you have a Bestial to threaten something, and that's about it. And that's usually not, you're not going to have access to all of those, because usually you play 2 to 3 to 4 hand traps, or you open 2 to 3 to 4 hand traps. So like, that's why I'm not putting it in top tier, but I do think it's a deck that is very, very good into both Molchami Fuvalos and Perulia. And actually, if you go first and you go uninterrupted, or you play through their hand traps, this deck can actually set up much more powerful boards now. The deck can actually set up much more powerful boards now than before with the new Primera Primus, because you can search Emblema Oath, which means you'll draw extra cards with Atri. Atri basically is like a little heat soul, because you draw one on every turn, right? You draw one on your turn, draw one on the opponent's turn. It's really powerful. You'll draw into more hand traps, and you actually also have better lines now than before, where previously 1-card combos would get you to Auxilla plus the trap card and set up like a Blazer Dragon on the opponent's turn. You can actually set up Blazer on your own turn and another one on the opponent's turn with 1 card now very easily if you don't get Fuve lost. So I like this deck a lot. I personally would always play Centurion before I touch the Yubel deck, but there's also some bias going into that because I just enjoy the deck much more than Yubel. But I personally like going through a tournament with a deck that's good into Fuvalos, good into Perulia, actually has solid lines into Shifter. So like, it's just like you're in for a much less, like, your tournament runs are going to be less impacted by variance with Centurion, right? Like, there's going to be games where you look at your hand going second and you don't have the right hand traps and your opponent sets up a board and you're not going to be able to play through it. That happens with the deck. But then, like, you're not going to be blown out as much by other cards in the format. So I like this deck. I think it's good. I think it has some potential. Pack went undefeated in Swiss with it at the YCS and took it all the way to top 16. I think the deck is good. I think it's going to be a nice deck in this format, especially if you're sick of, like, not being able to play under Fuvaros, Shifter, Perulia kind of thing. Blue is all right. Blue is one of those decks that gets to play Shifter and gets to ignore Fuvalos entirely, of course, because you are not summoning from extra deck or deck ever. The other problem is that Molchami Perulia has not gone. You know, like, that card is still here, that card is still good, and that card cooks Flu, right? So I think if you're looking for, like, from my perspective, if you're looking for a Shifter deck that doesn't care about Perulia or Fuvaros, you should just be playing Tenpai if you're comparing the two directly to each other, if that's what you care about. But Fluonaries is still okay, right? Perulia is a side deck card, Fuvalos is a main deck card, so that's an advantage, right? You're good against the main deck non-engine. You're not good against every main deck non-engine though, right? Because, like, Imperm, Veiler, Ash, and Ghost Ogre are still popular cards that can mess you up. Droll as well. It is good into Impulse though, right? Because Impulse only stops cards that would special summon, which also dead card against Flu, right? So if your opponent is playing like the YCS winning Fire King deck was main decking 3 Fuvalos and 3 Impulse, which is 6 dead cards against Flu, right? So like that's an advantage. Chimera, I'm using the wrong cover monster for Chimera because Baphomet is still in the deck, but he's not doing the heavy lifting anymore. I should use like Gazelle or Nightmare Apprentice, but it is what it is. I like Chimera a lot. Now, the Chimera Fiendsmith deck, obviously, if you were trying to go for the full combo, you would be suffering a lot from Fuvalos. However, and this is probably gonna surprise some people, I'm gonna rate this deck higher than Yubel. I already felt like last format, Fiendsmith Chimera and Fiendsmith Yubel were relatively close to each other in power level. There was a lot of good players I know that played Chimera at YCS Lil over Yubel. The deck is very powerful and I think it's very underrated. The reason why I'm rating it higher than Yubel now is because I think it has better lines into Fuvalos. Both of these decks, if they go uninterrupted, unironically, they will auto-win the game. Like, you guys try breaking a Yubel board, you're not going to be able to do it. Try breaking a Chimera board. If your opponent properly sets it up, you're not going to break it. It does not get broken. The Chimera end board is insane. The Chimera end board is incredibly powerful. Chimera has better lines into Fuvalos. It does not completely suck into the deck. You have to forego your Fiendsmith lines, but you can still use into your you can in one summon from the deck. You can in one summon from the extra deck, you can make the Chimera fusion that hand rips your opponent. You can reset the Chimera fusion for a Guardian Chimera on their turn, and you can potentially set up the Mirror Sword Knight negate in the graveyard by just like leaving it on the board. You don't have to tribute it on your turn to give your opponent the draw. You can also tribute it on the opponent's turn, so it goes into the graveyard. You summon the Chimera, the Baphomet from the deck. I think the deck is better into Fuvalos than Yubel. Now into Shifter, they both suck, right? But all of these top decks suck into Shifter except for Tenpai and Centurion, right? Like Snake Eye is terrible into Shifter on all of its versions. Yubel is terrible into Shifter. Like that's not the argument. The reason why I'm rating it higher than Yubel is I feel like they are a similar concept. They both auto-win very much going first, unless they get hit with very high impact hand traps. But I think Chimera is better into Fuvalos. That is my impression, and I think that's what differentiates it from Yubel. Of course, Yubel is better into other hand traps because of Phantom, right? Phantom of Yubel makes it able to play into other hand traps very, very well. But Fuvalos, I think, is the most important hand trap to worry about at the moment. Cash Tira feels like the things I said about Flu also apply to Cash Tira, but Cash Tira is not as weak into Perulia. So it's like, all right. The problem with Cash Tira is basically that your boards are very, very breakable, right? Like your board is very, very breakable. And that's a problem for Cash Tira. Like even if you go uninterrupted, if you end on like Fenrir, Unicorn, Birth, something like that, that decks can just blow that apart. Like it's not that hard to break a Cash Tira board. I think when you're playing Cash Tira, you actually want to get hand trapped, right? You actually want your opponent to like play into your Unicorn so you can look at their extra deck, take one card out, because it feels like with Unicorn, you need more than just one Unicorn effect to actually win the game off of it, right? Like you need if you get 2 to 3 looks at their extra deck, then it's really painful. Then you're actually winning the game off of it. But like if you just don't get hand trapped, I think it's rough. So yeah. Labyrinth is a deck that made top 4 at the YCS, and I am a big fan of Labyrinth. You guys know I like Labyrinth. Both Trap Lab and Furniture Lab are 2 decks that I like a lot. I think they're very good. I think they can be made into decks that can counter what's being played in the meta very well. The deck can play Impulse, which is nice. I like this deck. I'm gonna put it here. this is my bias towards mid-range decks over full-on combo in a format where Fuvolas exists. This is very much subjective. Some people will prefer the decks that are more unfair, but and just try to negate your opponent's Fuvolas. I personally don't like that kind of approach. I personally would much rather play a deck that already has a solid plan into those kind of cards. Whereas like a Yubel deck, and like I just hate the position of I'm playing Yubel and I know that every time in a tournament I win the dice roll, I have to really worry about my opponent open Fuvolas or I might get cooked, right? And that is something I just don't want. That's why I'm rating Yubel rather low. Overall, statistically, not all of your opponents are going to open Fuvolas, and a good amount of the time you're going to be able to negate it. But I personally, if there are other options that can avoid playing that kind of mini game, I would prefer those options. That is me personally. And that's why I'm rating Centurion, Lab, and Chimera a little higher than Yubel, because I really don't like the all-in kind of strategy. But yes, if you resolve your Yubel combo, you will win the game. That hasn't changed. But yeah. Melodious, on the other hand, unfortunately, is a deck that gets caught in the crossfire here relatively hard. Now, couple of things that make Melodious, that are unfortunate for Melodious. Can't play Impulse, which is annoying. Impulse, very good against the deck because it can negate first movement solo and Ostinato, and that's giga annoying. And it is one of those mid-range decks that actually, like, Fuvolas is annoying. It's like, yeah, it's a good chunk of draws under Fuvolas. If you want to go for your full setup, you're giving like 3 to 4 draws, and even if you are trying to not play into it too much, you'd have to like still do 2 to 3. It's not great, right? You can orange light Fuvolas, but that's not a favorable trade for you. That's not great. And so the deck was like, it's one of, like, it's a good highlight because you really see how some decks that were on equal power levels beforehand, like I would argue Centurion, Melodious, and Labyrinth were all around the same level before Rage of the Abyss. They were all like average tier 2 decks, but some decks really benefit from Fuvolas more than others. And definitely Centurion and Lab, if you look at those decks, they definitely benefit way more than Melodious, whereas Melodious, like, it kind of hurts. This entire set kind of hurts Melodious. Unfortunately, it gets caught in the crossfire of Impulse and Fuvolas a fair amount. So that's annoying. Retaliating Sea is also good against it, which is a card that people have been playing against the Snake Eye deck. So yeah, that's true. Memento, I have a tough time evaluating. The deck does not access the extra deck as much if you are under Fuvolas. I'm pretty sure the deck has lines under Fuvolas. The problem is I am not a Memento expert. So I'm gonna hold off on giving a like too much of a prediction on where it's gonna end up. I think the deck is fine with Fuvolas. Impulse is good against it, I'm pretty sure, but I'm gonna be honest with you, Impulse is good against almost any deck. It just hurts some decks more than others, right? Like it hurts Branded more than it hurts I don't know, Centurion, for example, right? I'm gonna give it the benefit of the doubt because I don't know my Memento lines too well, and I'm gonna put it here. I think the deck might have potential, but it also seemed like the Lacrima ban hurt it more than I originally anticipated. So I feel like I rated it too highly last time. But if it's really true that it's almost immune to Fuvolos, then I could see it being like popping up again. But I'm not convinced by the deck. I'm just giving it the benefit of the doubt. Also, I just realized I forgot Mermail. Mermail Atlantean. Maybe the editor can throw it in post. But Mermail Atlantean is a deck that I used to really like back in the day. And when I say back in the day, I mean back in the day. Like I'm talking 2013, 14 back in the day, not after Neptibus release. Because I feel like the deck has turned into like a very much go first, pop off, go second, usually lose kind of deck. It is scary, regardless, because it has very powerful lines now in the new set. You can make Bahamut Shark into Toad multiple times a turn and end on some really oppressive boards, including ripping your opponent's hand with Mooling Glacier, which is a play that you can probably still do under Fuvalos relatively consistently. Of course, you can't spam Toads under Fuvalos, because every single time you summon a Toad, it would be multiple summons from the extra deck. But you can probably still cook a little bit under Fuvalos with Mermails. Still, I think the deck going second is not powerful enough to actually put it into the good category. I think it slots somewhere in all right because it is a very, very dangerous combo deck that can also play Impulse because it's water monsters. So I think it's like the top of the all right category. I think it's a playable deck. I wouldn't be surprised if someone like tops a regional with it, or if someone gets lucky with it, maybe even tops a YCS for now. Maybe it can surprise me in a positive sense, but I'm gonna I'd put it into like top of all right is where I would put Mermail. Pearly is a deck that I think won't see that much play in this upcoming format. I haven't been a fan of Pearly in a while per se, simply because I feel like the deck has always been very average. Like no matter what was going on, the deck was good into Perulia, but it doesn't feel great into Fuvalos, right? Like you summon your Pearlies from the deck, you rank up into a couple, like you're gonna give your opponent some draws. You cannot play Impulse in the deck as well, and you can get hit by Impulse on your quick play spells. Or even when you're trying to rank up, you can also get hit by Impulse on that. Like your once per turn Lily rank up, they can Impulse that. That's annoying. I'm not thrilled by the Pearly deck. It's not terrible. And I think that is I feel like that is the what's it called? The story of this format is that there's going to be a lot of decks that are all right. There are not that many decks on this list that I'm going to actually end up throwing into like the meh category, like the decks I wouldn't recommend anyone playing, or unless you really like them. But like Pearly is close to it, honestly. I don't really see a reason to play Pearly over other decks unless you just really like it, right? Can't you Impulse the Trap too? You should be able to Impulse the Trap too, yeah. If they try to set that up to rank up on your turn, you can stop that too, which is really powerful as well. It is cheap. It's a relatively budget deck, which is true. If you ignore, obviously, Fuvalos would go into most of these decks. But most of the decks in all right are all here. I guess that is your reason to play them over some decks up here, is that they are significantly cheaper because they don't play Fiendsmith / Impulse in some of these. So yeah. Ritual Beast is a deck that I was a fan of in the last formats. I thought it always was a very high potential deck that I never actually took the time to properly learn, but I am a fan of the deck. I think it's good. I think Fuvalos hurts it a lot. So I think I'm gonna move it down a tier. Last format, I would have definitely put it up here. This format, I think it ends up being here. Maybe it's better than Memento, but that's roughly where I would put it. I think it's still solid. It's still a shifter deck, you know, like that's always the thing. How bad can a shifter deck really be? But like it's the shifter deck in this list that's probably the weakest to Fuvalos, and that's annoying. Runic Stun. Runic Stun. We're gonna talk about other runic variations later. Runic Stun. I was actually surprised that did anyone top YCS Niagara with Stun? It might be like the first YCS in a long time that no one actually topped with Runic Stun. Like Runic Stun has been not dominating, but like I feel like every single time there was a YCS, you would see like 1 or 2 Runic Stun in Top Cut. And now Niagara was the first one that didn't have any. I'm a little confused because you would think that the deck is good into Fuvalos, so that is one. I mean, it's like it's I still think the deck is all right. I don't see a reason why the deck wouldn't at least be playable. You know, I guess Tenpai can be a rough matchup, but you have like Hugins to stop the Duster and the Lightning Storms and all that. I mean, Skill Drain went to 1, but that didn't stop it from doing like good performances before Rage of the Abyss. So I think it's still all right. As much as it pains me to say it, I could still see some people doing well with Runic Stun this format eventually. Salad. As much as it pains me to say it, I think Salad might be the first deck I'm putting in meh. Simply because if you're playing Salad, you're just asking to be destroyed by every single non-engine that people play. Now, if you go uninterrupted, Salad can cook. It can cook, but Shifter, Perulia, Fuvalos, Nibiru, all those cards mess this deck up, and like it doesn't feel like it has an advantage, right? I'm looking at the decks in all right, and I'm like, okay, well, at least Runic Stun doesn't care about Fuvalos. At least Ritual Beast can play Shifter and doesn't care about Shifter itself. At least Melodious has like really powerful 1-card starters like Ostinato and what's it called? Ostinato and First Movement Solo, Kashtira, Shifter deck, Flu, Shifter deck, Branded, solid lines under Fuvalos, Pearly, solid lines, like doesn't care that much about Perulia, for example, or Nib or something like that. Salamangre just loses to all those cards, which is really annoying, because if the deck cooks, it's actually quite cool, but it just loses to too many cards, man. It just loses to too many cards, I feel like. Tearlaments is a deck that I did not have on my radar at all, but it did win the Swiss Open, which I think was a relatively big regional last weekend. And it was one of those piles where you just play 60 cards, Grass, Thrust, Left Arm Offering, Horus cards, and then the Tearlaments, honestly, without Kit Kalos, they played like a smaller role in it, I guess. But it's still, I mean, it's still an impressive showing. But I still, overall, I looked at it. I'm not convinced it's going to hold up a top tier position. Maybe here. It's definitely all right. It's playable. I'm not surprised it did well at a regional. It's just not something I have on my radar for like more good performances. Like it can, if you get a lucky performance with it. But I'm not convinced by the Tearlaments strongest in the TCG at the moment. All right. Let's talk about some decks from more recently. Sky Striker got second place at YCS Niagara in the hands of Ryan Yu, and I want to put an emphasis on that, in the hands of Ryan Yu. Now, I've seen the profile, I've seen the reasoning behind some of the cards. The deck looks really cool. The deck looks fun to play. The deck is not going to be top tier or even high potential. The deck is fun. The deck is not that good. The deck is okay. It's not going to be meh, I think. I think it goes somewhere in all right. Just because, I mean, it got second at a YCS. How bad can it be, right? Like, it can't be terrible. I think it's all right. I think in the right hands, I think it's all right. I think it's one of those decks that requires very good technical play as well. Which is a fun challenge, because like if you do get to go second, most of the time it's not as simple as Tenpai, like break the board, kill them. You do most of the time have to like pick apart their board piece by piece and then worry about their follow-up and think about how you're going to live through the next turn and stuff like that. I think if you play this deck very well, you can perform with it. It is just simply like a more complicated and worse version of Tenpai, which is not great. I think I'd put it... I'm going to put Branded here and this here. Like that. Like that. Yeah. So, like, if you want to play it. It's not terrible, but I don't think it's higher than that. This is also going to it's going to be painful, but we have to get through it together. Mimighoul. Mimighoul goes here. And it's a real shame. It's a real shame because the reason I'm doing this is because almost every deck, not every deck, but a lot of decks are playing Dominus Impulse, right? Snake Eyes variants are playing Dominus Impulse. Tenpai can play Dominus Impulse. Labyrinth can play Dominus Impulse. Some other decks down here can play Dominus Impulse. And Dominus Impulse completely floodgates Mimighoul for the rest of the game without even a way to interact with it. It's not something you can get rid of by having removal for it later or something like that. It's just a lingering floodgate for the rest of the game randomly against this deck. Just for context, just in case anyone who's watching this isn't aware of the interaction, even though I'm sure most people are, but if you're playing Mimighoul and your opponent uses Dominus Impulse from the hand, they are locked out of Earth monsters for the rest of the game. So whenever you give them a Mimighoul and it flips, it can't activate because your opponent controls it and it's an Earth monster and they just can't activate it. So it just never works. All right. So like Mimighoul randomly loses to a card. Otherwise, it'd be an interesting deck. It wouldn't be top tier otherwise, but it'd be like, maybe it'd be all right or potential. Maybe I'd mess around with it. But like at a high competitive level, you just expect a lot of decks to play Dominus Impulse and you just can't play the deck into it. Like it just doesn't work. It's not even, that's the shame because it's not even worth exploring. Otherwise it would be worth testing. Maybe it would end up good, maybe it wouldn't, but like it's not worth trying because everyone, or not everyone, but like a majority of people like are gonna have an insane floodgate against you in their main deck that even works when you go second, right? Like, so it's like it's crazy. Yeah, unfortunate situation for Mimighoul. Maybe there's a future format for it. Maybe there's a future format for it where the decks in the meta game just have a lot of light monsters or something, and then they can't play Impulse, and then the deck can maybe thrive in that, but right now is not the time. The Exodia deck, there was a lot of hype surrounding it. The list that topped YCS Niagara, maybe the editor can throw it up on screen right now while we're talking about it. As hype as it sounds, that someone made top cut with an Exodia deck, I hate to break it to you, but that deck is basically just Floodgate Turbo. Your plan is when you go first, you try to set up Omni Negates with Secret Village of the Spellcaster to stop your opponent from using any spell cards, which is annoying. And then it's also a shifter deck. So it's basically, it's stun in disguise, but with with some cool anime bat chest elements to it. So it's cool in some ways. It's not that cool in other ways. But just speaking of power level wise, I think it just slots like somewhere in the middle here. Like it's not a terrible deck because how bad can a deck like that really be? When you go first, you try to lock your opponent out of playing Yu-Gi-Oh! When you go second, you're still a shifter deck. Like it's not, the concept can work in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Whether you like it or not, it's not a terrible concept to play, right? But it is not more than that, right? So it's like in the middle of the pack. Plants. Look, I'm from Europe, and I'm gonna keep it. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I don't like this deck. Not in the sense, I mean, you guys know I don't like this deck. You guys know I don't like plants, but like, I also don't like it from a game design, from a power level perspective. I don't think it's a good deck. All right, I don't think it's a good deck. I really don't. I said it. I don't know how it keeps doing what it does. I was ready to go in here and telling you guys that this deck obviously gets smoked by Molcharmi Fuvalos, absolutely cooked by it, right? Like by every single logic in the universe, this deck should not be performing, right? It's not good into a lot of things, right? It's not great into Impulse. It's not great into Perulia. It's not good into Shifter. It's not good into Fuvalos. This deck shouldn't do shit. For some reason, there's a cult out there in Europe of people playing the plant deck and being actually good with it and still topping YCS. It's like, I'm pretty sure Julius topped YCS Niagara with it. Lost in top 32, I think, to Jesse. But somehow the deck keeps doing what it does. There's like maybe 5 people in the world who keep doing well with the deck and keep bringing it to tournaments like that's a religion or something. But I don't think it's a good deck. I don't think it's a good deck. But because I'm from Europe and because I'm scared, I'm going to put it here. But I don't think it's good. I'll say it. I don't think it's good. Rescue Ace. I think Rescue Ace might be back. I think Rescue Ace might be back. The deck has topped YCS Niagara in multiples. It is one of those decks that has lines under Fuvalos, similar to how the deck functions in Master Duel well into Max C. It is even better into Fuvalos than it is into Max C because you're summoning mostly from hand. They draw 1 card for emergency if you go for that, right? And then whatever you decide to summon from the extra deck, like if you decide to end on an IP or SP or something like that, you'll give another one. But for the most part, you can set up a Turbulence in maybe 1 draw under Fuvalos, not more. It is not great into Ash and Impulse, but overall, the deck can also play Dominus Impulse itself, I'm pretty sure. And I think it's all right. I'm gonna put it in potential. I think it's a solid mid-range deck. I don't like it as much as Labyrinth and Centurion personally, but it's got potential. I think I see it. I think it's good. Sprites, on the other hand, I don't feel like are anything crazy. They're not terrible, but like Perulia is super annoying for Sprite, and so is Fuvalos. I don't see an advantage in playing Sprite. I hate, you guys know I love Sprite. It pains me because I'm putting decks down here in Med that I actually really like. And that is the trade-off that we as a community have to do right now with Fuvalos, right? That is the pros and cons, right? It moves decks like Yubel down a level, which is definitely something that we can appreciate. But it also hits other decks are being caught in the crossfire, right? And Salamangrade and Sprites, those are decks that I really like. They were previously already rogue-ish, and the fact that like Fuvalos gets introduced into the game doesn't help them, but that is what it is, right? So not the time to play Sprite. Maybe another time. Maybe another time. All right. White Forest Runic is obviously a deck that I've been playing a lot. I like it a lot as well. I think there are a couple things to consider when picking White Forest Runic for a tournament right now. The first thing is that going second into Yubel last format was basically impossible. So the good news is there are less Yubels, and even if you do play against Yubel, you do have the chance of drawing Fuvalos and stopping them from setting up their crazy unbreakable board. Whether you main deck Fuvalos or side it is a different story, right? Of course, Hugin can discard it, but the White Forest cards cannot send it for cost because it's not a spell trap, so that's a little annoying. Overall, I think the deck is all right. I don't think it's the right time to really pop off with this deck. Like it's not, I'm not gonna say like high potential. I like it a lot. So the fact that I'm putting it into all right tells you how like it's rough going second, right? Even the Snake Eye Azamina and the Snake Eye Fire King boards, like it's rough. You yourself into Fuvalos, you can do some stuff. Like you're not completely lost into Fuvalos. Like you can do cool things where you activate a Runic, they chain Fuvalos to it, you activate another Runic. So the thing you do against Maxi, right? Where they don't get a draw from it. And then you maybe, if you're lucky and you have Sylvie in your hand, you can normal summon Sylvie, get the trap card, set it, and then pass. And then they didn't get a single draw off of Fuvalos, and you have Fountain plus the trap. It's not a complete disaster, but it's also not ideal. So it's like kind of in the middle. I think it's out of these decks here, it is the rogue deck I would be the most likely to pick. I think it's good. Like, it's probably the best out of the, like, tier 2 decks or rogue-ish decks, right? I feel like. Then we've got White Forest as a Mina, which is an interesting thing to look at. I've seen some people mess around with it, not anyone to any success. I think this deck suffers simply from the fact that other combo decks are much stronger than it. Where, like, I see no reason to play this deck over Azamina Snake Eyes, Pure Snake Eye Azamina, Fire King, Yubel, even Chimera. Like, I just think there's more powerful combo decks right now than White Forest Azamina, but it is not unplayable. Maybe here. It is a deck to be on the lookout for, though, because it depends a lot on how they handle the Azamina cards on future Forbidden and Limited lists. If they just touch Snake Eye and Yubel cards directly and leave the Azamina cards alone, then Supreme Darkness could definitely elevate this deck into a top tier meta threat. Right now, it's just like a fun little rogue deck to mess around with, but it could change after Supreme Darkness for sure. Voiceless Voice is a mid-range deck that puts up incredibly breakable boards, but the advantage is that this deck is almost completely immune to Fuvolas and other hand traps. Like, I don't hate it. I really don't hate it. It's not meh. You guys are saying meh. I don't think it's meh. Look at Master Duel right now. Voiceless Voice is a competent deck in Master Duel, and it's competing with very powerful combo decks because one of its advantages is that it's good into Maxi. Now, it's even better into Fuvolas than it is into Maxi for us in the TCG. Yeah, the deck can brick, but it's a very solid mid-rangey deck. In my eyes, I just think it's a worse version of Centurion by a little bit. I prefer Centurion over Voiceless. I think Centurion plays better through this, like, it has better, like, I just like it more. I like it more. It can play more non-engine. It's got a solid ratio of starters and extenders. Voiceless is, like, kind of weird sometimes if you don't have access to low. I think it's an all right deck. Around here is where I would put it, which I think is higher than you guys expected, judging from your responses in chat. But I actually don't think it's that bad. I really don't think it's that bad. I think it really is all right. I really think it's a playable deck that people just disregard too quickly. Similar to Centurion, honestly. Centurion and Voiceless are two decks that people just are very quick to just say, oh, they're too fair, their boards aren't strong enough and all that kind of stuff. All that really means is that you have to put some more work into actually winning your games, right? It's not as simple as making a Yubel board and your opponent just can't break it no matter how you use your interrupts. Voices and Centurion, you gotta like interrupt your opponent in the correct spots. You gotta know the choke points and all that kind of stuff. And it is good into the Fuvolas and Perulia that people are playing. So I do like Voiceless. I just don't think it's as good as Centurion. And that is the situation that we're in right now, I think, at least. That's my prediction. Let me know what you think. I'm sure a lot of people have a lot of other opinions, but please keep it civil in the comments. Give me feedback on what you think. Maybe I was missing something. We did talk about Mermail. It's just not I didn't have it in the tier list, but the editor's hopefully gonna have it in there. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed the tier list. I hope it helps you evaluate your deck better for this format, because the cool thing about this format is that it's gonna take a while, right? We're gonna have the time to reevaluate in a couple weeks to see how this developed. We're gonna have more events. We're gonna have YCS Bologna using the same sets and all that kind of stuff. It's gonna take a while, and that's always cool. Give this format some time to develop. I'm looking forward to it. I think there's a lot of stuff in here that's cool to play. So we'll see how it turns out. For now, thanks for watching, YouTube, and until next time, bye-bye. All right. I feel like Fire King Snake Eyes will end up being the best. I personally between Fire King Snake Eye and Snake Eyes as Azamina or Azamina, I don't know how to pronounce it. People always complain about how I say it. I also prefer the Fire King one, but I also do see the advantage of being able to play more non-engine. I think it is a big deal, right? Fire King is more fun. Yeah, Fire King is more fun. All right, now. Before we hop into the Master Duel, and we play against Jesse later as well, we have like 2 hours until Jesse hops on. We have something that I almost forgot about. I should have done this yesterday already, and I just forgot. And that is, we have a Rage of the Abyss opening, as always, sponsored by SmartGuard. And we're gonna pull hella. We're gonna pull hella Fuvalos. I think let's have a prediction. Why don't we have a prediction of, do we get the bird? Do we get Fuvalos? Yes. No. I'll give you a minute to predict, and then we start cracking. We start cracking these packs and see what we get. Have you got any yet? I don't have a single card out of Rage of the Abyss yet. These are going to be my first cards out of Rage of the Abyss. The reason is because I know that every time a set drops, they will send me one thing to open. I didn't want to buy 3 Fuvalos just in case I get it. Or like, I didn't want to buy 3 Impulse before I know that I get it and all that kind of stuff. So yeah. I am aware that that Impulse did go up. It would have been better if I bought it on release, but yeah, it's unfortunate like that. So yeah, we put this aside. And let's move in a little closer. All right. First pack. We don't have to go through all the comments, right? We can just skip through the good part. We have a Drake Shark. Okay, we didn't skip to the good part. I lied. We skipped to Drake Shark. And we have Incoming Machine. This is part of the Max Metalmorph archetype. Battle Wasp. Grand Partisan, the Revolution. Okay. No hits just yet, but we're about to. Okay, not yet. Metal Illusionist. Where are my hits? All right. Dude, Super Rare Collection is looking strong. All right, there we got the first Secret Rare. Lacrima, the Crimson Tears. It is a relevant card. I do need one. I don't think it's the most valuable hit, because it is only a one of. I think they're going for like $8 or something, so it's not the craziest, but I did need it. Got the first Azamina fusion. We've got the Sol Erisicton. Not too relevant, but all right. We got Red Eyes, Black Full Metal Dragon. A very cool looking card that is sadly not very relevant. We got the new Memento fish over here. It is a fish, right? And we've got Mimi Ghoul Fairy. Dude, the artwork on this Exceed is very cool. Ruby Sapphirus, the Adamant Jewel. I like it. Not very good, I think, if I remember correctly. We got Mimighoul Slime, a good one. If only Impulse wasn't the card. Got the Star Source Dragon over here, and Fiendsmith Agnum Day. All right, and with that, we've pulled all the Fiendsmith support in the set. Sick. Number 32, Shark Drake Levice. Got the Water Channeler. This card for cost, yeah. This is like, I feel like out of all the channelers, this is technically the one with the most potential because of how it interacts with Atlanteans, right? Like that. Do they play that in Atlanteans even? In Mermail? I'm not sure, because it's still like, I mean, the channeler cards are not that great, but like, I feel like from the get-go, this one had the highest chance to be played, but it still probably isn't good enough. And there we go. We've pulled an Omni Negate. That is Azamina Ilia Sylvia, the Omni Negate Azamina Fusion. Goblin Bikers Gone Wild. That's a spoiler today. We're going to play some Goblin Bikers later. We got one of the new Six Samurai Synchros, the Inishi. The worst of the two, but it's still alright. We've got Primite, a Drill Beam. What was this one again? Reveal a Primite card or normal monster in your hand. Then target a face-up card in the field, negate its effects. If you do banish it, if you control a Primite, you can set this card from your graveyard. Okay. It's not a bad card for a Primite. We've pulled Eosvarog, the Mechanical Dawn. And there we go. It is just a super rare. Honestly, this card I feel like was... This card was going to be a cool Ultra or a Secret if they decided to do it. I'm kind of sad it's just a super, but it is very affordable because of it. That's cool. The new Centurion Primera Primus. That is a very good support card for Centurion. So I'm happy about that. And we have pulled Mimighoul Throne, one of the two new Mimighoul Xyz monsters, the ultra rare one. So that puts us at... I put Agnum Day in the wrong pile. It puts us at 4 ultras and a secret. What you're expected 4 ultras and 2 secrets, right? So that should be all the ultras. Right? We have the new Morganite, which has its qualities already in its name because it sucks. Ooh, this card's cool. We have a Final Bringer of the End Times. Now, I don't know if this card is going to see any play, but the concept behind this card is very cool. Target a monster you control and a card your opponent controls, destroy them. So it's like a the reason why this card is cool is because it's a quick play. So you can use it both going first and second. It might be not impactful enough, but I do quite like it. I wish they would do more like generic quick plays that are actually playable type of stuff. Like this goes into like the category of like enemy controller Book of Moon kind of cards, which is cool. This card in Mystic Mind format, yeah, maybe, right? Like there's a world where this card is like generic enough that people play it, but like maybe it could even be slightly better. All right, we still haven't pulled the second secret. Let's hope it's Mold Charmy. Got Goblin Breaker, Grand Breakout. It's only 2 more packs. This is the second last pack. Okay. Scourge of the White Forest. This card is solid for White Forest. It's not terrible, but it's all right. All right, last pack. Last pack, dude. This should be a secret rare, right? Like I know you can get 1 secret rare in a pack, but like usually you get 2, right? Most of the time, like 90%. We'll go slow. I'm scared. The next one is what it should be, right? All right, I'm not gonna look. You guys tell me what it. You guys tell me what it is. I'll just look at chat, not at the card. I'll look at your reaction. Oh the shit! There's a lot of Keck W's. There's a lot of Keck W's. What is it? Oh no. Well, I got 1 secret and it was Lacrima. Bro. Giveaway? Bro, what am I meant to give away, dude? This is like $10. This is like $10. Dude, you know what? Sure. I need the Lacrima. I can give away the 4 Ultras. We can give away the Ultra. I don't care, but like the what dismantle them? Yeah, dude, I'm gonna dismantle the area, yeah. Dude, shit. What is this box, man? I got destroyed. Not even 1 good secret. All right. Don't worry, I got 1 secret box tonight too. What was your 1 secret? If you say Fuvolos now, or Impulse, or what's the other one? There's another good one. Deception. All right, I got cooked. I got absolutely cooked. Let's move on. I'm sad. Consider yourself lucky. There are some zero secret boxes out there. No, I won't consider myself lucky for that. Nope. I would have considered myself lucky if my 1 secret was Fuvolos, or I would have been, look, Deception or Impulse, I would have been fine, you know? Like, it's just 1 secret, but it's okay. You need to get another one. Luck is stored now. Oh, is it one of those you open 10 packs in Master Duel and it says like the next 10 are gonna have a guaranteed Fuvalos now. Okay. The next box is gonna have a guaranteed quarter century now because your box was so shit. Also, technically, this means that there is a box out there that has 3 secret rares. So all you have to do is go and find it. Okay. I had a case where 2 boxes had 1 secret and 1 box had 3 secrets, so yes. I mean, I'm aware this can happen. It's just like, because I don't open product very often, right? Because I'm not a vendor or anything like that. When it does happen to you, it feels really bad. When it happens to someone who's opening an entire case or multiple cases, it's like whatever, because in the long run, it's gonna like equal out, right? Like you're gonna have an on average fine pull rate. Like they can guarantee it on like in a very large sample size, but when you open like 1 box and you get Lacrima and that's it, that's a feels bad moment. That's a feels bad moment. But it is what it is. Hey, at least I didn't pay for the box. Shout outs to SmartGuard, I guess, for sending over the worst box ever printed. It's not their fault, but yeah, shout outs. Okay. What we're gonna do today, is we're gonna jam some ladder games with some new decks from the new pack, because we're gonna have Jesse on stream later, and what we're gonna do with Jesse is something that he suggested doing. I think he wants to use it for his channel as well. We're gonna play a best of 5 with only decks from the new selection pack. Which in return, if you take a look at the new selection pack, means that there is not that many options, right? You got Tenpai, you got Infernoid, you got Ritual Beast, you got Goblin Bikers, and then maybe you could argue Genin Ken would count as a deck. But that's about it, right? So like what I did is I prepared a and I'm a little scared to say it, but I prepared Ritual Beast, and I'm on 0 prep with Ritual Beast. As well as Goblin Bikers and Tenpai. So those are the 3 decks I plan on using later. And in order to not completely get destroyed with those decks, I feel like I need to play them at least a little bit. So the plan is basically we'll play a couple of games with these, just try to have some fun with them. Not gonna take it too seriously, because I mean, it's all for fun, it's all good, but Ritual Beast is a deck that like it's difficult. Well, yeah. So we are currently, where are we? In Master 3? We're in Master 3, and we're gonna try our luck with some Ritual Beasts. Now, the thing is, I know maybe like 20% of how to play the deck, because I have played against it, and I have like looked at some combos in the past for the TCG. But I think the most fun way to do this is we're just gonna run it. we're just gonna run it. And the only thing that we're gonna do, just for the sake of my own mental health, okay? It's not a tryhard stream, all right? I'm gonna misplay. You guys are not gonna backseat. And in order to not lose on timer every single game, I'm just gonna click the buttons without like waiting until 5 people tell me 5 different plays to do in the chat. All right, let's just mess around with Ritual Beast. The goal is not to play perfectly. The goal is just to like literally mess around, okay? And I don't want to like, because sometimes when chat backseats a lot, it just gets stressful and annoying and all that kind of stuff. And I just want to play the deck, mess around with it, maybe like learn a thing or two without it being too stressful, all right? And I think that way we're all gonna have a good time or a better time. So we've lost the coin flip, so I think we just draw Shifter now, or we draw Maxi, Ash, Nib. Well, we would have bricked anyways, so good thing we're going second. Now that's desperate. Now that's desperate. I'm gonna Ash that. All right, undefeated Ritual Beast Duelist. I'm ready for later. I'm ready. The best Ritual Beast player to have ever graced the face of the earth is here. All right, no Tenpais yet. They both won the coin flip and went first. Interesting. Yesterday was full of Tenpai. Okay. I think my hand is good because I have Elder Canohawk, and then I have discard Lara, extra normal summon Tamer Lara, and bring back this one from the graveyard. Oh yeah, dude, I would have played into that full speed, dude. I don't know how to play around the Biru. There's a line into Nib. I know, but I don't know it. And we get impermed frame 1 on Elder. That'd be cool. Nope. Well, that's almost as bad, right? Oh, they're not popping it. Okay. How does this deck beat a Saravis? When did I say it does? I don't think I'm winning. Okay, the Omni has been used. Now we can try to find Eclipse. If I banish to protect, maybe I do. Protect. Summon. Summon. I gotta click faster. I don't know. Maybe just can of Hawk. I have Ram Penguin in hand, so I'm trying to extra normal it later. I don't know, man. Let me deck then. Let me banish. What do I have right now? I have Lara banished. I haven't special Lara yet. Let me banish another Lara so I can banish them both at the same time. I can bring them back at the same time, I mean. I really need to find Eclipse, right? So like I might have to go for 6, even though I have no idea how to play this card when 6 cards are missing. How to play this deck, I mean. Let's banish Colossus. Let's banish Baguska. Let's banish SP Apple. And let's banish one Nokia Drago. Okay, they cross out Prosperity. That's rough. Maybe they negate Nokia Drago. Oh, okay. Okay, we can cook, right? Bro, but I don't know the recipe, dude. Oh my god, this is already stressing me out. Okay. Target 2 to thing. So I'm gonna return this and this. Right? Yeah. Return this and this. In this. This. Pop. Pop. Add. Summons a banished ritual beast. And how do I Protoss them? Wait, I don't have a beast banished. I can't summon Cano. I think I messed up already. Right? What does it summon back? Spiritual. Yeah, I can't tag out. Oh, I can't tag out, dude. Okay, I messed up. I needed to make the link monster. Yeah. Okay. I didn't realize I didn't have a beast banner. But that's fine. That was surprisingly winnable. I didn't think that was winnable, but it was. But I think this sort of experience, I'm gonna be honest, this sort of experience is more fun than struggling to find the thing until your clock is at 2 seconds and then you lose anyways, and then like 10 people in chat are mad at you because you didn't do their play and all that kind of stuff. It's fine. We lose these, we lose these. Okay, surely we can do this. The reason I didn't shift her is because that's fine. That was not the reason I meant. The reason was I wanted to be able to call by Ash Blossom. That's why. Okay, well that I can't prevent no matter what. I have no idea what you're cooking, brother, but I'm not a fan of the recipe. Okay, so I have Elder in hand. OG Lara. Do I need it? Okay. Is it just because I want a tamer right now? So that I can summon and tag? Yeah, okay. So here I'm gonna target Lara and... Do I want to tag out into 2 Laras or do I want to tag out into Canohawk? Because then I should do it this way, I think. As cool as it is to be able to summon 2 Laras at the same time, maybe it's not the play here. I don't know. And I'll add... I have a hard time using Wen and Lara. Because I just like... I feel like most of the time when I'm trying to bring something back, it's already been special summoned. I can tag out once... Can I tag out right now? No, I can't. Because I summoned this one already and I summoned this one already. So right now I should go Link 2. And then I banish this from my graveyard. And I summon Wen. And Wen can bring back Rampengu, because Rampengu has not been special yet. Then I use Rampengu. I banish this one because I played 2. And I banish this one. And then I go through another Canahawk, probably. Unironically, maybe I don't want to do the tag out thing, right? Maybe I want to actually return 2 so that I can actually summon Yugioh, right? Maybe I just return 2 and don't do the tag out thing. Because I'm under D-Fissure, I'm not going to get stuff into the graveyard otherwise. So I'll just search, like, I don't know. I can still normal summon, so I'll just search, like, Apelio. So I can go Elder Apelio. But now I can summon this, right? I can still tag out. Which one can I tag out into? Oh, the Winda. I haven't summoned Winda yet, and I haven't summoned... Wen? Yeah, I can summon Winda and Wen. Winda... I'm getting cooked by Nibiru right now. Unless I... No. I mean, I'm just going for game, right? I'm just returning 2, so I have something for Apelio to banish. And it's like, whatever. It would be good if I could summon... Can I summon... Hold up. Gaia Pelio to have an Omni? Alright, we're big. I'm just clicking my extra deck. It is there. What do I have to use for it? Elder... These 3. $8,500. Hey, oh look! That went okay. I'm sure that could have been better. What were they playing? Maybe it was also Ritual Beast. Oh, it was just Kashtira. Okay. It was Kashtira. Honestly, that Kashtira would have lost to my Book of Eclipse anyways. Most likely, right? Even if they had one play. This deck must be so rewarding when you actually know at some point how to play it. Alright, I'm pissed. Okay. Look at my Apelio. Let's go for Canahawk. And let's discard that Apelio. So I think what you're supposed to do here is you're supposed to summon Lara, but not activate it. If I remember correctly. Because then you go Canahawk. And I think I'm just going to return the Lara to the graveyard, right? So I have it later. Like this. Hash to add, that's fine. Hawk and Elder. The thing is, to all these combos, I only know the start. The rest is going to be freestyling. So don't get the ad here. Bro, that is going to happen every time, so I'm going to use it. Okay, I got nibbed very early. That's very funny. You can do something really cool. You can Book of Eclipse here to stop it, which I might do. It's a bad nib, so I'm trying to think if I should maybe just let it happen. But like, I'll do the Book of Eclipse just to showcase it. Now that's fucking hilarious. That I flipped it back up and now I still get to banish. So I cooked because I activated this. The only reason I activated it is because I didn't want it to annoy me the entire turn, but I cooked. All right. So we're gonna right now, if I banish these two, I cannot tag out my Canahawk, right? Oh, actually I can. No, I can. I just need to banish Tengu. Tag out Canahawk or summon Canahawk. And then I will try to return Elder and Rampengu. And I'll tag out into Lara and Rampengu. Ooh. And I will return the thingy and I will add... I have no idea. So like Lara can summon the Apelio from the graveyard, which is cool. When, I guess. I don't know. So I'm gonna go Pengu, I think for Psychic. And send the Winda. And then right now I can't tag out, so I'm making the link 2. I'll activate. I'll banish Winda. Summon Lara. Lara revives the Apelio. Do I need to banish from Apelio? I'll just banish. I will summon Anahawk. So I can still summon Lara. I can still summon Winda. So I'll use this. Target this and this. Wait. This. This. I think I get steeds here. The only thing I didn't pay attention to at all is how I end up with 2 level 4s at the end. But that's advanced black magic to me at this point. Like how I sequence it. Like you know what I mean? Like for me to sequence it in a way, I think I can actually. Hold up. So I make this. Banish these 2. So I link 4 with Nochu Drago, right? Hello? Hello? Into this fella. And then I add back a level 4. Let me just Canahawk. And then I normal summon Canahawk. And I activate Canahawk. And I banish... Well, I have all of these already. So... and then I'll make... Bro. It's blind. They played Ash. I think let's summon Colossus. Hello. And IP Masquerada. Dead steeds. All right. I think that was fine. Probably. Maybe not ideal. Okay, that's definitely not ideal. Driver! Okay, so they have nib +2. Chimera. Well, I guess Protoss Call Dark would have been nice. Don't they lose to Steeds? I mean, Mirror of Sword Knight already loses to this guy because they can't tribute to activate. Is the funny thing, which I don't know if they just realized that. Why does it... Do they have another Super Poly? I get cooked by another Super Poly. Yeah. Omegalul. Okay. So they have a Nibiru in hand. They have a Nibiru in hand, which I have to be careful of. Can I kill them in 4 summons? Probably, because I have Apelio. I wish to have Lara back in rotation. I want to normal summon when. Activate when. $8,000. All right. Nice. This deck is fun. It's very hard though. I wonder what you do if you I wonder what you do if you get max seed. Is there a line to maybe it's just summon Canohawks, search steeds, ass. Did they make me start? I think they just made me start. I think I lost the flip, right? Okay, so the mission is to go Protoss call fire. Right? Is Shifter is good for me, right? For the most part. Now I can't get max seed anymore. Yes, but you play into Nib? That is a risk I'm willing to take against Tenpai. My bigger problem is Imperm now. I just pass, right? I just die. I have a very... like, in order to play through hand traps, my hand is terrible because it has 1 play. No. Can I even make Colossus? I can't, right? Because if I summon this, I'm not gonna have a banished card anymore. Oh, that's a bummer. We'll let him do it, because maybe they mess it up under Shifter, but I should die, right? Does this have to go to the graveyard? course not. It's unfortunate that our hand was that bad, but like, it happens. Whatever. Dodge, no rank up. It's weird. The matchup versus Tenpai feels weird to me because on the one hand, they make you start, you know it's Tenpai, you can Protoss call fire, that's the theory. But like, in practice, I don't know how well you actually play through their hand traps. I mean, especially, Gamma specifically feels very hard to play through. Ashtura voices with 51 cards. All right. That's a first, I think. Bro, I brick with 40 cards in voiceless. And they queue into me with 51? Crazy behavior. Oh, I get 2 draws. Okay. That's nice. Well, that probably won't be live, especially not under Maxi. You're late, Ash. My hand does not play Yu-Gi-Oh! Unless I want to go teleport Crash Lara or something. Even that's like weird. Bro! What's in your deck? Bro, stop cooking! Never mind, dude. Keep going. Keep going. Be my guest. Continue. Yeah. One more. Come on. You can do it. Summon it. Yeah. What deck do you want to play? Yes. I was a little afraid of that. I was considering dropping it, but like, I thought it was, I mean, they were just going to end on it anyways, probably. So it's okay. My hands are kind of meh. They're kind of meh. I'm fourth, Elder. Don't dash me. Thank you. Now, I mean, I probably just make Canahawk. But I'm missing one banished monster. If the Lara gets negated, which I'm assuming it will. But I can add, I guess. I can add and search a normal summon. Oh, Lara goes through. Okay. Then I'm just gonna go and grab Canahawk or Rampengu. No, Canahawk. Yeah, Canahawk. Canahawk F. So I can still summon Elder from Banished. What do I want to summon alongside Elder? When? Winda? Paleo? Oh, Pengu. Yeah, right, Pengu. Right. So I'm going to go ahead. Target to Banished, which would be these two. To search. They negate that. Okay, well, I'll still tag out. Gonna stop. They still stop the search, but it's okay. When is the Jesse collab? In like 40 minutes ish. So I won't get a search. That's okay, I guess. Spirit. I think I max C here. Just because, like, next turn, they probably start by making Phantom again or something, and then Maxi is going to be iffy. I'll just take my draw now, if they don't call by it. And if they call by it, I'm also fine with that. And that's a worthless card. Alright, sick. Love that for me. Now Ramping Whip effect. Banish this. Send. Winda. So I have 2 banished. I can't tag out my Canahawk right now. Is the problem. I cannot tag out my Canahawk. But I can attempt to search. Yeah, I'm trying to bait the back row. I'm trying to bait the back row. Before summoning Protoss, because I don't want Protoss to be impermed or something. So, gonna return 2. If I return, yeah, return these 2, I think. And add, I can still summon Winda, so I could search OG Lara to revive Winda. That would work. Maybe I Lil Knight. Maybe I Lil Knight one of the back rows now. I'm not gonna go for game this turn. Nochi. I don't wanna play into the super poly thingy. Too hard. Remember, you need level 4. No, I have Protoss in hand. I don't need to make Banshee. Okay. Bro, Tenpai, I told you this. Tenpai is making people crazy in Master Duel. It's so funny. It is so funny what Tenpai is having people do in Master Duel. It's hilarious. All right, so gonna summon Rairatari, maybe? Summon Rairatari. I need to see that last back row. How do I bait it? Knock you, Drago. Can't bait it anymore. So if it's like my problem is, what if it's the Yubel super poly, and I just get completely owned by it. I guess I have maneuvered myself into a position where I am gonna get completely owned by it. Well, nice. I don't know, maybe it's a second threatening roar. Maybe it's called by the grave. I have no idea. Do you think they were? Okay, maybe it's just... Okay, maybe... Let's try to be more reasonable. Maybe it's just one threatening roar for thrust and they happen to draw it. I'll check. Nope, it's 3. It absolutely is 3. Okay. And they were even on the... They were playing the Yubel trap. That would have cooked me. That would have absolutely cooked me. But the 2 maxi is crazy. Maybe it must have been cross out. Or called by, I guess. One of those two. But cross out, did they play imperm? They could have crossed out imperm. Or escape, but they did have a response window, didn't they? I feel like they did. Tenpai, and I break, dude, and I'm setting 3 into lightning storm. Oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Not like I can draw anything. Yeah, it's true. It's not lightning storm. How lucky I was. I don't think I can draw anything. Is Elder Windeye some kind of combo? Probably not really, right? What do you do if you draw like Elder plus Winda? What does it make? It is combo? How? You go Canahawk. Oh, wait. You go Canahawk, return 2, search. Then you make Noki, and then you make Link 2? Or you go... Oh, you can tag out with Noki. Okay. This does everything. Herman, don't watch today's stream. Do not. Look away, Herman. You're gonna freak out. All right, we leave. Maybe it was a good thing you didn't try to bring Ritual Beast to Lil. No, I'm aware that this deck takes a while to learn. That's why I didn't bother. It is fun though. It feels very it feels like a deck that's very rewarding once you know what's going on. All right, can Corridor return face downs? No, it's a monster. Okay. So I've been told that Prosperity for 6 is crazy, so I'm just gonna hit with 3, which I think is Apo. Let's just do. I mean, we have Corridor, so it's not Colossus. Let's just do Apo. I haven't used Bro yet, and I'm pretty sure, like, I'm pretty sure you need this guy, but I haven't unlocked him yet. You know, like I haven't skilled that skill enough where you unlock Ulti Apelio, so I'm just gonna banish it. All right, there's Canahawk, there's Rampango. Oh my god. Okay. Elder, Canahawk, Canahawk. Banish Lara. No. Simone. Who? Run, Canahawk, run! Nah. Okay. Are we gonna do the thing where we banish Lara and then we we tag out into 2 Laras? We might do the thing. Do the thing. Do I use this Lara now? Because if I don't, I would tag out. I'd have 1. I feel like I... But then I'm not really playing around Nib at all. Ah, Nib isn't real. I'll use it. And I feel like I want Rampengu. Rampengu F. Canahawk. I target to banish to return. This. Sack. The forbidden technique, summon 2 at the same time. It's like walking out of the supermarket without buying anything. It's like the things that are legal but feel illegal type thing. Very fun. Add win. Make Bro banish summon effect target Make Banshee now? This thing can search Apelio, dude. Today I learned. Holy shit. They were 10 pi. I know they were 10 pi. I just know it. I can feel it. I have a sense for it in Master Duel at the moment. Told you. Platinum Groove, thank you for the 9 months. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Thank you for using the free Prime on the channel. Means a lot to me. When do the Shadols show up? What does that mean? What do you mean by that? Okay, we it's tier limits? Okay. 40 card tier limits. Dude, the Shadols showed up right after your sub. That's crazy. And they milled Scream and Trivi Karma. I feel like that's not good. That's not good. Trivi Karma for grief is peak comedy. Two Ash and another Scream. What a failure. Cross. All right, I'm guessing they're trying to revive Ash to make Baron. That works. So the Ash mill isn't that bad after all. But I do have 2 Eclipses, but they have Crime and Baron, which is not cool. Not cool at all. Frost Sheep is one of those cards that's like on paper not too powerful, but whenever it shows up, I feel like why does it have to be this way? They milled both Shufflers and the Black Goat Laughs. That's cool. I love that for me. Toothless, thank you for the 6 months. Appreciate that. And Nah XS5, thank you for the Prime as well. Thank you. Appreciate you guys. Winda. Well, I don't see a Baron yet. I don't see a Baron because they didn't bring back tier cash with yeah, okay. Okay. Bro, you have no tier limit. Ah, my Maxi. I actually don't know how Eclipse interacts with Redoer, but I'm gonna find out for science. still detaches. It might, but the thing is, I wanna book the Winda anyways before they have a tier limit, and I'm gonna call by the thing in the graveyard no matter what. So it's like it's the same. I think it still works, like detaching the Sharon, but it's whatever. I was gonna do the same thing afterwards, regardless. Well, good thing I drew Cult by the Grave. Check. Well, that's not gonna give you a fusion. It's still slightly awkward because my hand kind of sucks, doesn't it? I feel like my hand is not great. It banished face down. Yeah, I think it's because it returns in the exact same state as it banishes, so it's like it banishes face down as well. Still have Canahawk combo. I mean, if they're smart, they just call Canahawk with the Black Goat Laughs, and then I don't have shit, right? Oh, well, that could make it easier. Ulti Canahawk? Well, that's fucked up. This one won't be that great because they have a shuffler. So like I can't like I can't discard this and then revive it. I have to like I'm gonna send it. Full send. Canahawk. F. Banish Laura. Activate Laura. Okay. Special summon Rampengu. But then I don't have a tamer. I just need to like I need to summon Protoss called Dark. That's step 1. Or like the last step. I mean, the thing is, I can't use the dude anyways. So contact fusing doesn't do much for me, does it? I'll summon the goo. Okay, I get super polyed. Well, that sucks. Come on. I told you cross sheep, dude. Card is messed up. Super Poly is really good against my deck, I feel like. I'm never going to be able to Protoss. I'm never going to be able to Protoss because they have a shuffler. Okay, which one is which? I actually don't know. This is Rule Colossus. This is Rhino Heart. Mud Dragon. Winda is there. How much defense is Winda? 800. Attack Winda. Oh, they're bigger because of Pearl Rhino. I actually don't get over the... I don't get over Rhino Heart. I get over Mud Dragon though. And Mud Dragon is in the middle. I can tag out into Canahawk, but that doesn't get over anything. Yeah, I don't see it. I don't think I'm winning this one. They're going to draw 3 cards in the end phase. There's no way they can't out Baguska. Banshee. Nope, 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 nope. We haven't drawn Shifter a single time when it was good. Not once. You're going first. Okay. There's Shifter against the Tenpai, of course. Why would it not be? And we just don't have combo. Man! This deck breaks too much, I feel like. I could cut 1 card, like, to make it 40, but... I die, right? Even if I have Lara? Like, Lara is gonna get banished. I mean, I'll let him do it, but like... Do you play 3 Inheritance? I played 2. Maybe I should play 3. Maybe I should, yeah. Oh yeah, I die. Unless they mess up incredibly hard. Full combo if you played Anima. Dude, this is your list. Almost, I think, from the Farfar stream. I took it. That didn't have anima. Is it full combo even? Normal summon, make anima. What does Lara summon to make it full combo? Does Kimon Falcos? Yeah, I still die, dude. What am I doing? It's for sure Colossus plus follow-up. Well, with that hand, yeah, if with the heart-drawn thingy, right? Yeah. But just Laura Shifter, even with a Link 1, shouldn't really do anything, right? Unless I'm missing something, which is possible, but I don't really see it. Because you're gonna get like... The Lara is gonna summon one Ritual Beast, but that... When Lara has already been... used, I don't know what it does. So it's just, yeah, Lara. This summons Elder, I think, because all, I mean, it doesn't really matter which tamer, but you want a tamer here, right? And then we go Anahawk, OG Lara. Does that actually matter? Did I mess up? Do I need it later for the Link 4? Oh no, I'm distracted right now. I will grab... You want to normal summon Elder, not old Lara? I don't know. Whatever. I'll just play. I'm gonna ban... No, I'm adding right now. I'm adding... I'll do it just a little... Whatever. Now we shifter. Okay. Anahawk. Vanish. Falcos. So I feel like it's a mirror, right? Is there a world where I can call friggin' wind with Protoss? I mean, it's really hard to summon Protoss under shifter. What does Noki need? Ritual Beast Tamer and Spiritual Beast Monster. So these don't work for that. Okay, so I want to return... I actually don't want to tag right now. I want to return 2 under shifter. So that I can make Noki. How often can I tag out? I can still summon when... and Pengu once. When Pengu. Oh, I can also summon this. Okay. Suck. You can make ulti Gaia here if you really want. It wouldn't be the worst, I think, if I could end on that in the mirror. Now, how would one... I don't even know the materials for that thing. I just use all three for it. Right? Or you keep the link and use Nochi. Yeah, I can still summon Nochi. Banishing these two. If I go Rairautari... Hold up. Ulti is a light. Hold up. I just can't summon Protoss, right? Is the thing. Because I don't have the attributes. Unless I wanted to banish... I'd have to banish my ulti Gaia Pelio. But Colossus is good enough for the mirror. Is it important what I recycle? Let me just recycle some extra deck stuff. I don't know. Now, this Book of Eclipse is not going to be of much use. But that's okay. I could summon... Yeah, okay. I don't... Probably not ideal, but like, I'm kind of starting to get the hang of it. But it's like, this is the kind of deck where you have to do something that I just don't do that often these days. You have to actually just sit down and do a lot of just theory, right? You have to sit down, like, probably multiple hours over multiple days to just like learn those lines and sit down with like just the cards in your hand, or go to solo mode or something and just piece together these lines and all that kind of stuff. Like it's very difficult, but I think it can be very rewarding, because there is no way, like, today we misplayed a lot, but that's okay, because on a timer you're never gonna like play this deck optimally. I feel like you're never going to play it optimally, or for the first time, right? Like, no shot. So that was not something that I was expecting in today's stream. But it's fun. I see how it's fun. It's a fun deck, and it can definitely cook, right? Honestly, it does mainly cook because of Protoss and Colossus. Like, without those cards, the boards would be very breakable. But it still is. It still remains very fun. I want to add a third inheritance though for consistency. I've been bricking a little too often for my liking. I don't know how you cut this down to 40. Maybe you can. the Book of Eclipse hasn't been amazing for me. You can do some neat stuff to dodge Nibiru's and stuff. I don't know if that's worth it. But other than that, it's pretty cool. I'm playing the one nib for the cross out because I'm really scared of it with this deck. Shield Bearer. You can also play Noble Knight Shield Bearer, which is banish it to add a level 6 or lower wind beast, which adds, what is it, Rampengu? It's a Rota for Rampengu, basically, this guy. So theoretically, you could play another starter if you really wanted to. Like, maybe we try this. Just for some more consistency. All right, maybe, yeah. Okay. Now, let me see. We have a collab with Jesse coming up. And what we're going to do, I'm going to call him in a second. What we're going to do, or rather, it was Jesse's idea to do this. It's, we're trying to showcase some new decks from the new pack. So the idea is we're going to play a best of 5 in Conquest format. If that is not something you are familiar with, Conquest format basically means you have to win with each of your decks once, right? So as soon as you win with a deck, it's out. You've won with it. You're good. And you play one of the other decks. And if you lose with the deck, you can play it again. So it's basically a best of 5 because we're both going to play 3 decks each from the new pack. Now, there's not that many different new archetypes in the new pack. It's like 4 to 5. It's like Tenpai, Ritual Beast, Infernoid, Goblin Bikers, as well as the other one is like you kind of Gen and Ken is kind of like an archetype, right? So those were the options. I decided for today we're gonna try some Big Gabonga, some Goblin Bikers. Now this is a list I have played 0 games with. I was planning to try it on stream today, but Ritual Beast took up most of my time because I felt like that was a harder deck to learn, and I needed to spend more time on Ritual Beast than this one. But it's just rank 3 spam, Big Gabonga, go Unga Bunga kind of deck. It seems funny, so we're gonna try that. And then we're also gonna play the Ritual Beast deck that we tried to learn on today's stream, which I'm probably gonna mess up with quite a bit still, but it's fun. So I'm excited to give it a try. Don't expect perfect play, please. It's a fun deck that's a lot of work to actually learn and master, and I haven't done that yet. I played it for the first time today, so bear with me. I'm going to try my best, but the deck's really fun, so I wanted to try it. And then the last one, simply because I have also no real idea on how to play Infernoid, I decided to showcase the Tenpai deck, right? If the idea of the video is to showcase some new decks from the new pack, I felt like Tenpai should be in there. So I've brought Tenpai. All right, I've brought Tenpai. Surely, I'm expecting Jesse to have it too, but maybe Jesse's the kind of guy who go on like Ken and Gen 60 card or Infernoid 60 card kind of decks. So I've brought some of the others. All right, so I'm ready. Let me just quickly set up the thingy. And let's call Jesse. Turn off the music.
Hello.
Oh no, hello.
Sorry. How you doing?
Good. How are you? How early is it?
That's not that bad. It's 10 a.m.
All right, that's fine. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Hello, Josh's chat. Hope y'all are doing well. I am going to start recording in 1 second.
All right.
And then it'll be good.
Echo? Yeah, I turned the thingy down. It should be fine now.
Oh, do you want me to like speak just so you can test it? I don't know.
It should be fine now.
Okay. Then let me start recording. Okay, today we are here with Joshua Schmidt, your world champion. We got
previous world champion.
We got both world champions. And we're going to be trying something new. We are going to be taking 3 new decks each from the newest pack and then playing Conquest format. If you aren't familiar, that's going to be a best of 5 where we have to win once with each of our 3 decks. If we lose the deck, then we have to play it again. And the goal here is to showcase to you guys what each of the new decks can do in each new pack. And if you guys enjoy this, then you can let us know in the comments below or on Josh's stream, where he'll be streaming these live as well. And we can do these for future packs that come out as well.
Okay, so first question. I'm in the process of creating a duel room right now, and I may or may not have the Ritual Beast deck. What are we setting the timer for? Asking
You can do
for
whatever you want. You can set it long if you need the time. That's fine.
I do need the time.
That's more than okay. We'll edit out the long pauses.
Okay, let me create a room. Oh, let me go into full screen so people don't. Hold up. Room details. Copy. Right, there you go.
You sent in Discord? Yeah, I see it. Cool.
600 is enough. Nah, I went 900.
I mean, I hope it doesn't take that long.
No, I'll try my best. Okay, I'll use this
Cassie
one first
Johnson,
because
is
I think it's my
supposed to be
funniest one.
you?
Okay. So,
Wait, are you Cassie Johnson?
Wait, no. What? Dude, I entered a duel with them. I thought that was you.
No, that's why I was asking you. Like, I don't.
Bro, I hit the thing.
All right, I am Jesse Cotton. I got the world's frame, so it's
Okay,
not
cool,
like
nice.
it can be anybody else.
Bro, how did you guys do that? Genuinely, did I show it on stream?
Sometimes I think you randomly go to like the top of the room list, because we were doing testing for World, sometimes you get random people join and have to like disband the room.
And how often did Cassie Jotten randomly join your room?
Cassie Jordan never joined.
Dude, I didn't even notice.
I was incredibly confused. All right, I'll start us off. I'm curious what 3 decks you brought, because there were more than 3 decks to choose from.
Barely more than 3.
Sure, I mean like 4 decks, yeah. All right. Ooh, this hand's cooking. I'm cooking. All right.
No, it won't.
All right. Let's start off with the auto top. What do we got? Okay.
I think I know what's happening.
I mean, I think there's only one deck that plays this. Maxi. I don't like that. I'm
Can I
gonna
have
stop
it?
that.
Can I
I
have
have
it?
the mini game.
Aw,
Yep.
dude.
I think this is about to be extra brutal for you, though.
You have talents?
Yeah.
God, dude.
Dude, this is the worst feeling. At least it's not Fire King. I can add back the Ash. Another chainable. Okay. What do we got here? It's a Goblin Mirror. Oh,
How well versed are you in the Goblin Mirror, Jesse?
this is my first time ever playing goblins.
That is
So,
my first time too. I wish I would have flipped heads.
well, I can't play through 2 hand traps,
Take my tour guide target.
right? Or the tour guide target. Oh, that's a fiend.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
You
I
were
know that.
gonna learn that when you normal summon tour guide. Don't worry about it.
You're assuming there's tour guide in my deck.
There's no tour guide in your deck?
No, I'm playing dangers instead.
Ooh.
Special goblin from your hands. Okay, it's the shit one. Yeah. Teleport sucks. I'm just get rid of the Ash, whatever. All right. Let's make the big gobonga.
Okay, so does one Veiler Big Gabonga?
What are the stats on this? Okay,
Add
not
a-
summoning defense. Yay, search a card.
Whatever.
Effect Whaler. Okay, this is fine. I want to play the anti-Pearly card.
Oh, not that one. That's the good extender. Oh shit.
Yeah,
I'm
you
getting,
got the good
I'm
card.
getting cooked. I'm
Really
getting
handled
mini
by
gamed on.
goblins.
That's crazy. Okay, well.
I do not want to suck up a card. So let's just search. Not going to do that. None of these do anything, right? Which one's the quick effect? This one? Yeah. No, don't detach.
Ladder Sploder.
Is that card not in your deck?
No, it is in my deck. I just didn't know its name.
Clatter Sploder. Yeah, guess I never knew the name either.
Bro, where's my
right.
hand?
You used it to get nowhere.
No, I didn't.
I only took away the ash. All right, I'll draw a card. The Exceed Armor cards are so crazy.
They are nice.
I feel like they kind of just make all the rank 3 type decks like homogenous, which I'm not the biggest fan of.
I don't like that it makes you play a trap card.
Yeah, no, I don't like that either, but I think every other rank 3 is pretty terrible, so you don't really have a choice.
I like that it draws a card.
That is nice, but you do that with any rank 3. You don't have to play the other cards for that. All right.
What was that trap do again? Immediately exceed. Okay.
Yeah.
Well.
Immediately XYZ summon. Now let's throw this on top. I got sucky too.
So this is like you equip to it and then it gets to attach. Yeah. Well, I shall teleport.
I hope you do another ash. You're getting mini game done pretty bad. Okay. I don't know. I don't think this is enough.
It
but
came back.
Okay.
I just put it to the top with talents. I didn't shuffle.
Can we get a judge? Do you have 3 alt arts or?
I do, yeah.
Okay. I'd say that's like a one if you just redrew. That'd be crazy.
Well, but now what?
I don't know.
I'll summon my Mean Merciless.
I guess I will do this to detach from my Dark Knight to come back. And that should trigger my Goblin Kabanga, right? It did. I can chain block it. Ooh, that's nice. Let's suck that up. And I can use the effect to revive. Now I'm cooking. Can I get a search? Oh man, it's over.
Well, I'm glad you're having fun.
Maybe you should have won the die roll with Ash Talents, Maxi. What, he gets banished?
Yeah, it's banished when it leaves the field.
Did not know that. Yes, free cards. Wait, can this card add it back to my hand? Am I just being dumb? I am being dumb. Nice. Oh, no, it has a graveyard effect. That's what it is.
Close game.
Yep. Goblin Biker Mirror Match really has a lot of skill expression.
Where are your cards, Josh? Shut up! I forgot them at home.
You lost them, yeah. See, there's a danger. Yay, little snake.
Not like you can just turn the 1600 guy to attack and attack me for game. You're gonna like gamble with dangers. Okay.
I just wanted to show off my snake.
just show that it wouldn't have missed.
Just assert dominance.
You know what the problem is? I was worried the most about getting a win with my Goblin Biker deck, and now you got a win with your Goblin Biker deck, and I still don't have one with mine. Because I feel like this was the best matchup for Goblin Bikers, was the other Goblin Biker deck.
Probably. Alright, so it turns out Goblin Bikers, whoever goes first is pretty well favored. From a sample size of 1.
Bro, open Terra Top, Ash, Talents, and Maxi.
I did open. And Doug. All right. So I cannot use Goblin Bikers anymore. I have to win my other two
Oh
decks.
no.
It's a travesty.
Okay, I'm having a bad day.
Having a bad day? Is this the Tempai?
Maybe. Make me start.
No, you can start.
Bro, don't actually. Oh, come on, man.
I'm gonna get Protoss locked now. It's gonna be terrible. Oh, this hand's awful. I guess that makes up for game one.
I'm pissed.
Oh, it was Tempai. Let's go.
It is Tempai.
Okay. You putting flashy combos your deck with like Ancient Fairy and stuff?
I'm in the middle of performing my flashy combo.
It's the classic Heretic Seal Pass, isn't it?
I'm thinking about. I mean, maybe.
Ooh, making the 10 for the mirror. Not bad.
I've seen people struggle into it, but I don't know if you would struggle into it. Like,
It is a very good card. You definitely are supposed to make it, but you typically make it in your opponent's battle phase, not just in the main phase raw.
yeah, I think I'll make seals still. All right, you got FTK.
Let's go. Okay. I'm gonna start off by killing your back row.
Where is it?
Interesting. This before you contribute itself. I guess you could still. Yeah, no, doesn't make a difference actually.
I mean, I contributed later.
Yeah, you still can.
I just can't bounce. I also can. I can contribute it right now. But...
No. But you contribute the Genroku to bounce itself. Is what you can do.
Oh right, yeah. I
Before you do that, like I've done that enough times at Dragon Link to know that that is
I was
not actually
confused
what
for
you're
a moment because it was like, why am I allowed to do it right now? But
doing. I've unfortunately done that like twice, and the game just ends. All right, let's kill you.
Annoying. Well, I'm a Max C gamer today, at least. Not like it helps me much.
That's mean. I should have summoned this then. I don't know. I feel like
Funny because you can't make the level 10 if you start with Dora, right? Because
No, I mean, I just lose anyways to that. I didn't put it in my deck. I'm so dumb.
you didn't put what?
The card I was gonna make.
All right, we take those.
Oh no, it's not in my extra deck. The worst part, as I said, I was saying before, this card never comes up. I need it now.
Wait, is it Meteor Burst?
Black Rose.
Oh, Black Rose.
My hand isn't good.
Wait, Black Rose is nice.
Yeah, I went to some other cards though. Oh man, what did I do? I actually don't know how I was supposed to win this. This is crazy.
Well, everyone knows that the player going first, making seals in the Tenpai mirror, has a huge edge. So why'd you make me go first? Seals!
I can't enter battle phase. I just lose.
It's trying to FTK me back, I see. All right. Let me... I have to be fine here. Like, there's no way I'm not fine here. I know, I don't know what's in your hand, but like... Hydra.
In the third Kaiman. All right.
Well, tribute itself.
Yeah, this one doesn't look as good.
And that's gonna be... this one?
Magnamut. Okay. Have you been a Magnamutted Search Genroku yet in the end phase?
Yeah. That is
It's so
very
broken.
painful.
Yeah.
Oh wait, I summoned Genroku already this turn. Well, it doesn't matter. It's fine.
Table talk. It wasn't the intention, but I'll take it. I don't think this matters.
Well, I have Bro already, so...
I don't know what I'm even trying for. This is so over. I need Grand Tusk Dragon here. I do like the animation on that. Yep.
All right.
I got out tempied.
The most skinful matchup is out of the way.
I think. I don't know. I feel like I lost to a breeze in my hand either way.
What's the rest of your hand?
It's just all tempai monsters.
Oh.
My plan was just make Black Rose and hope you had nothing else after you summon the Genroku. Not a great plan, but then it was an even worse plan considering I just don't play Black Rose.
Well, Black Rose, I still don't think. I mean, if your hand is just Tenpai monsters, you still end up losing.
Yeah, well, before the Maxi was humming, there's no engine in your hand. Like 2 cards. I mean, yeah, if you had engine, I was just dead. I knew that. Rip, 1-1.
Well, thank God I still have my Goblin Bikers.
Yeah, I think the matchup for Senpai is pretty good. This deck cannot be used in a duel? What did I do?
Illegal deck! Judge!
Oh, I had a glossy put in. Okay, whatever. All right, game 3.
If the goblin bikers are gonna come back to haunt me, the goblin biker mirror is gonna decide about it all. I want a coin flip. Let's go. I'll go first. You surely wouldn't queue 10 pie twice in a row. You're showing off your third deck.
Surely.
Oh, that is your third deck, Jesse. That's a lot of cards. I knew you were gonna do that. Ooh, my hand is nice.
It's your deck.
Okay, now everyone in the audience,
God.
I want to say I want to say something to both my live stream and your audience. Everyone in the audience who knows how to play Ritual Beast, close your eyes now, because what you're about to witness is greatness. Hold up, this sends this. I know that much, and then
Yeah, we're cooking.
here's the thing. I know the first like 3 to 4 steps of all these combos, but they have like 25.
I know none of them. This deck is just not my style. And tag out. I actually haven't played versus deck yet in Master Duel. Does it take forever like it does in the TCG?
Yeah.
That's great.
And that's well, I don't know if it gets better or worse if you know what you're doing, but I've just been clicking buttons and it still takes a long time. All right, so I have, see, that's where it already starts. I have an ad here and I'm not entirely sure. So I'm gonna banish. Let me just grab OG Lara. Then activate this. Banish
OG Lara. Are you making the Falcon thing?
this. And then make you're playing 60 cards. What does that mean? What? So you're I knew you were I wasn't sure if Gen and Ken counted as a new archetype, but I thought there was a chance you would do that.
Oh, I don't think it counts. I think that would be kind of cheese if I just put like a tier deck with 2 new cards.
So what is your 60 card deck then?
Isn't it pretty obvious?
Oh, Infernoids, right.
Yeah.
Dude, not Infernoids. You know what that means? I have to figure out how to actually summon Protoss in this deck. I don't know how to do that. Okay. Well, we're gonna banish. What do I need? I have a tamer that I can still special summon, so I need a beast. This is both convenient. And then, okay, I'm gonna banish Lara and Pengu. Just so I don't mess this up later, I'll just make the thing now.
No. I'll never recover.
I'll just make it now, because then...
John, she's in my nightmares. Infernal Flame Banshee.
Add flag. Alright, so that's set up. Don't have to worry about that anymore. Add back. This. I don't think I'm supposed to banish my last Canahawk. Okay, so I...
I mean, you can always shuffle it back with a flag, I guess. We're tagging that out.
All right, look, we're piecing it together, but we're getting where we want to
I mean,
be.
this is looking pretty hard to deal with. I'm facing down a Steeds and a Firelock, right? that's pretty big. And the banished off of a ulti ready Ari.
Banished ulti Gaia because you wanna not play hard mode. I see how you get, dude. The ulti Gaia Apelio and the other Apelio, I haven't unlocked them yet, Herman. I haven't unlocked those yet.
Wait, are we getting some Herman coaching right now?
No, I've just Herman was here all day making fun of me for how I play this deck.
Oh yeah, he was doing that yesterday with Ryan as well. He just likes trolling people's like gameplay, making fun of their virtual beast. Like,
I mean, he does play it better than I do, so can't really say anything about it. Dude, I almost clicked corridor.
I mean, Colossus is also pretty good against me. Not gonna lie, although Firelock definitely just puts me in a coffin. Are any of these by chance not fire? Let's take a look. Nope, these are fire. They're all fire. Oh no. I think you should link those two into IP. Oh, not those two.
I'm gonna leave a fire. Don't worry about it.
I just called Dark. I'm playing Tier.
I almost clicked wind.
Oh no. Alright, what can I even draw to get me out of this? I don't know what I could even draw. This is just so scuffed.
Nah, you Terror Top Ash Talons me with Maxi in hand. I have no mercy. I'll call fire.
Alright, I'll activate Gauge.
Wait, what? What pack did that come from?
Where'd pack did IP come from? That's not how this works.
Okay, fair enough.
It doesn't do anything. Why is Kagari also just a fire?
Bro, Widow Anchor my Protoss.
And then how do I live? Oh my god. There's one tag out. Oh, there's Lara in your grave, right? There is. God damn, I can't even afterburner.
Yeah, there's Lara in my grave because I set up my Ritual Beast boards optimally, Jesse.
Wait, I should have.
I did not know Lara was in my grave.
Yeah. And Master would prompt you as well to use his hidden ability.
I would never forget such a thing.
Well, I'm gonna activate Void Vanishment.
Yeah.
Then let's search a Void card. Discarding Andra.
Okay.
Yay.
Void Feast.
Now the player can contribute cards to activate an effect. Why does it have that ability?
Bro, it's lore, Jesse. The Ritual Beasts are fighting the Infernoids in the lore, I think.
Actually, I
think.
just came into my.
No, it has this effect because it's meant to be good against Infernoids.
What the hell? He has Protoss part of the lore as well?
Yes, Protoss is. You don't know this? Dude, how do you not know this?
I'm uneducated. I am a mere fool.
You haven't.
All right.
The chapter with the IP Masquerena and Protoss is the best one.
All right, I'm actually playing Paleo. So, joke's on you.
Well, that's based. So, target a Ritual Beast card and a card your opponent controls. Banish them.
No.
I shall
Don't
do that.
Wait, why are you doing this? Oh, why did you hit that one? I guess they all suck to hit them. I realized I should have got Skyburner and then called by Jolara, but oops.
I hit that feast.
The
it's
feast
not.
doesn't do anything.
Bro, I don't know what Feast does. I'm scared of Feast. In 2017, Feast did something.
All right, now I can draw 2 cards. Come on, Miracle. Don't ask me. Don't.
Do I have it? I don't have it.
Okay. Oh my god, these cards aren't activatable.
Good.
This is so painful. So bad.
I'm scared of Feast.
You should be.
I'm always scared of Feast.
I just have to do this. I don't even know why. I don't know when I have to do this. This is so bad.
I'll allow it.
Suck them one by one. Okay. I don't know why it's in attack mode.
He's dangerous. And Sajet.
Shajeti. Yes. How many ritual beasts in your grave?
Yes.
Oh, you have more than enough. Okay, well. That's not a reliable win condition.
Alright, we shall banish.
Sure. I guess surely I need a monster effect negate, right?
You can also
Doesn't
just let me
matter, man.
Protoss you.
Yeah, but it's so easy to fade out. It doesn't do anything. Oh, I still send off it, right?
Yeah, you sent for the
Did I
this is
send-
the you
Okay,
you
it's the
did
other
the
one,
right
it's the
thing.
other
The
one.
one on the board is a monster negate now.
Wait, oh nope, this should have been Lunku. Oops, whatever.
Alright, we'll summon Nochi Drago. Banishing this.
Damn it, you banished. Oh, it's not a fire? Why did I think Apelli was a fire? It's because it's pyro, but wait, you didn't use Lara. Interesting. Okay. I mean, sure. Yeah. Sure. Do you want to kill my Sajet?
Nah.
No, I'm toggled on. Let me use my Sajet, even though it doesn't matter. I don't want to get Protoss for fire. No,
Fire!
I toggled on. I was trying to toggle on. Ah, God damn it.
See, the 2023 world champion would have been toggled on.
I'll just end it. Here's your stupid Lara.
Just
Yeah, surely the one Nochi Drago wouldn't have been enough to kill me. Can this summon back anything?
What, Nochi?
Yeah, can. It doesn't have to summon defense, so you can
But it
summon
can't
like,
attack.
monster back.
Whatever you
I mean,
summon.
still like,
Yeah.
yeah, getting back like ulti ready Ari that I still can't tribute would have been pretty like, crazy.
How much is this? 51. Alright, I'm gonna not let you suffer more.
How kind.
And now I need to win with the Goblin Bikers, dude. Nothing easier than that. Elder for game.
Elder
Okay.
game. Little poke with a staff.
Dude, the Goblin Bikers.
All right.
Dude, if I win, you only won with Goblin Bikers. It's my only weakness.
Nah, I can't get swept. I can't get swept with Senpai on my deck. I have to prove I'm not just a Goblin Biker player. I am more than that.
Ooh, okay,
right.
it's a Tenpai. It's a Tenpai. I don't know what to do against Tenpai with this deck. Let me see what I have first. Let me see what I'm working with. At least in this deck, I know some of the cards. Okay, I know these cards. All right. All right, 40. So this is the Tenpai. Let me go ahead and tour guide.
Oh, hold on a second. My camera just died. So I'm going to just give me a second.
You've got 900 seconds to fix it.
Hello, camera. Like to turn on? That'd be nice. I wonder how long it's been dead for.
That always happens, chat. When you're ahead in a recording against Jesse, the camera has died under mysterious.
I'm not restarting the game. Like, give me 10 seconds. Relax. Nope, still not working. There we go. Okay.
Is it back?
It is back.
Was it just your face cam?
Yeah, face cam.
Okay.
We'll edit some stupid like prop thing while it's dead. Don't minigame me.
Bro took like 2 minutes to maxi me.
All right, let's stop this in its tracks.
All right.
What else you got?
My turn, Jesse.
That
It's
can't
my
really
turn.
extend, right?
The Goblin Bikers.
Oh no, this looks familiar.
Dude, your hand is insane. Oh, come on.
I'm next to losing.
Ash Droplet Kaiman. Ash Droplet Kaiman. Okay. Take the ash.
Okay.
Because I intend to cook. Hello.
Okay.
So you summon this, I think. I hope.
Big Bonga. Yep.
And this adds a goblin monster. And with that, you will add, I think, Duck Charger.
The same thing that I did.
Yeah, pretty much.
The best Goblin Biker Enfield. I don't even know if it's correct, but maybe you have something better than I do.
I think if you start with Tour Guide and it doesn't get negated, you can do something with the Mean Merciless that you get from it.
What the hell's the Mean Merciless?
Exactly.
Oh, that the water one?
Yeah, the Fiend that I had earlier.
Gotcha.
Okay, what does this trap card do? Target an Xyz you control, special a Goblin Xyz from your extra deck using that target. Banish this card. Well, I mean, I need the extender.
Ooh, we got the pile up. Yeah,
I'm
this
gonna
card is
get
crazy.
Grant Entrance lets you detach, summon the thing.
Goblin Biker's traps are so bad, but their spells are so good.
So I get to add and then detach to summon whatever I add. This one. Bladder Sploder. Detach. Yes.
I guess versus this deck, I'm supposed to just imperm this stupid Gabonga, eh?
Hey, he's not stupid.
He's stupid because he's being mean to me right now.
Alright, so I'm gonna draw non-engine with this Armor Fortress right now. And not the trap card. I hate that they made it this way around. Why not? Why don't let me search the trap first and then draw? Okay, I did not draw the trap card. So I'm supposed to summon this now? The Fortress.
So you're gonna have 2 interrupts here, right?
And I'm not supposed to rank up right away, right? Because I want the trap in the graveyard. That's the reason for it.
You're not supposed to rank up right away?
Well, you didn't earlier. You ranked up
I
in
did.
my turn. Because I could just manually rank
you
up.
mean, yeah, no, I meant right away with the trap. No.
Yeah, no,
you want the trap
that
engraved.
I get that. Yeah. Okay.
I thought you meant you're going to hold the trap. Yeah.
Attach a goblin.
The trap is like the lowest value card ever, but it's still barely good enough for it to be playable. Dude, it's crazy that a card that searches 2 cards is so mid. This is the merciless. No. All right, draw. Rank up. Okay.
I mean, Kabonga, maybe I should have put both in defense.
Oh, and storm off the top. Well, I got one play, so I'm thinking. Battle phase.
This is during the main phase only. That's very annoying.
All right. How much can you do for 1 Sangan Kaiman? Let's find out.
Well, I got Ash for it.
Oh no! Yo, Goblin Bikers are crazy.
Goblin Bikers are unbeatable, Jesse. You should have known.
No, I can't do anything about this. Oh god. Oh no. This sucks up. What does this suck up? It sucks up monsters.
They both suck up monsters only. You can set your
Monsters,
droplet.
alright.
It's safe.
Loose down. My turn.
Pathetic. All right, let's bring back the Clatter Sploder because that only works on your turn. And I want to detach this one because I want it in the graveyard. And that's gonna summon one as well. Come back this one. Wait, my follow-up is crazy.
Yeah. And you get to search, and then you have the spell engrave that searches as well. I'm cooked.
Wait, your 10-pie deck sucks, Jesse.
Bro! I can't do anything. The only deck that went undefeated, I guess it didn't go undefeated, it lost to itself.
Yeah, Goblin Biker can only lose to other Goblin Bikers. You heard it here first.
Oh no. The secret tier 0 Master Duel threat. Goblin Bikers.
Okay, so how do I kill through... How do I kill through Droplet? I mean, you can only have one. So if I change this, this is already 83. I will activate... This one is 1400.
I mean, yep.
Now I got 97. Which, if my math is correct, and you droplet the 3100 guy, it's gonna be minus 1550. That would still be game. Unless
Well,
I
if
am.
I have another Kaiman.
You don't.
Yep. It's over.
I drew another Ash anyways. 14.
Oh no.
But that is...
Goblin Bikers! No way!
Okay, can Armored Exceed in the graveyard stop annoying me with the toggle? I'm toggling it off, okay.
That happened to me too.
Let me enjoy my Goblin Biker victory.
The badass Goblin Bikers.
Well, maybe I should have been playing this deck all along from this set. I've been playing Tenpai and Ritual Beast
Clearly, this deck is just 1-card combos.
I mean, if you draw so what's been proven today, guys, is that this deck's very good. If you go first, you open a 1-card combo plus Talons plus a way to negate your opponent's Max C.
And Ash.
Or Ash, yeah. Because I still die without that Ash, right? Because like you go to battle phase, you droplet. Because the only interrupt I have in the battle phase is the Armor Lancer. Because the Gabonga I can only detach in the main phase. So I literally die to Kaiman Droplet if I don't have Ash.
That is pathetic. Oh man.
Good thing I had Ash.
Yeah. I mean, it's just a better deck. It's like Snake Eyes. You just have space for all non-engine, right?
Yep.
I think it's a pretty fair comparison.
What, Goblin Bikers and Snake Eyes?
They're equal power level, don't you think?
They are also part of the same lore. I don't think it's a coincidence. I think they are designed to be the same power level.
Diabellstar is on that not quick play spell, that broken spell card.
Yep. You figured it out.
All right. Anyways, thank you guys for watching. And if you're watching on YouTube, make sure you go check out Josh's own channels. He's got his regular channel here, his highlight channel, VOD channel, and then also he'll stream these on Twitch, which will be all linked in the description box below.
Yeah,
And,
thanks for having me.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I cut you off there.
No, all good, all good. Oh, you stopped recording?
No, I didn't stop recording. But
Okay.
got it out. Yeah.
No, it was fun.
Yeah, it was good. I can't believe I couldn't win with Tempa. I feel like this deck should be auto win.
I mean, the Tenpai mirror is where the real skill is at, Jesse. So you should have just drawn less Tenpai cards and more non-engine.
Should have drawn more against the biker deck. All right. Well, I'm gonna let you wrap it up with your stream.
Yep.
Have a good one, and hopefully we can do some more collabs in the future.
Yeah, of course. See you then.
All right. Peace.
Bye-bye. All right. That was fun. That was fun. That started off not as fun, and then it started off fun. I have a serious question, though. I have a serious question. How did you get into the room, Cassie Jotten? I didn't show the thing on stream, did I? I purposely went full screen to hide the thing, and the first thing that happens is Cassie Jotten. How does that work? You can find it from random public newly generated rooms. So hold up. What you're saying is, what did I click? I go enter a room. Can I like sort these by newly here they are sorted by newly generated. So they just refreshed and went in immediately. Okay, I see. All right. Dude, that's crazy considering there's like within 10 seconds there's like 10 or 20 rooms generated or something. Anyways, some hacker man shit. All right, let me grab my rewards. You have to hide room list permissions. Okay, I didn't know that. It's fine though. It made for a good laugh. Okay. Let's open, just to celebrate our victory, we're gonna pull a runic fountain. Where's the runic pack? We have 4 packs. Easy. I am not gambling addicted in the slightest. If I would have pulled Royal Dragonroid from the runic pack, I would have been salty. A little bit salty. I'm not gonna lie. Well, we rewarded ourselves with a glossy ultra rare. That's going to be 15 crafting points in the future at some point. All right, guys. I hope you guys enjoyed today's stream. I feel like we did a little bit of everything. I think it's been fun. We did some TCG, we did some Master Duel ranked, we did the Jesse collab. I think it was an enjoyable stream. I hope you guys agree. Thank you guys all for watching. Thank you guys for all the support as per usual. You guys have been amazing as always with the follows, the subs, and all that kind of stuff. Thank you so much for hanging out. I will send you guys somewhere. Where can I send you guys? Nadir live yet? No, he is not, but MBT is. All right, I'll send you guys over to MBT. Thank you guys so much for watching. You guys have a wonderful rest of your day. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Tomorrow we're doing the spinning wheel stream in Master Duel where you guys can decide what kind of decks I play. It's gonna be fun. So I'll see you guys tomorrow for that. Until then, thank you guys for watching and have a great rest of your day. Bye.